So what's this about a Twitch channel now? What do I do? It's been so long, I can't remember. I've lost my memory. I have no idea where my... We're starting off great. Alright, so. Shut up, you. So. Now I lost my train of thought. Alright, let me move my mic a little bit, I guess. I don't know. I don't know where this thing was. Hello, people of the YouTube Twitch intro. I am back from a month-long sabbatical. And this is the final chance for that Umineko. For the Uminex. Final chance for the Uminex. Now shut up! Let me make an announcement on my Discord server. Alright. So, I don't remember shit from this. Nothing. Zero. Zilch. Nada. Kinda. Kinda don't. I guess. But I've been reading the manga just to refresh myself on some shit. Cause you guys in the comments be tearing me up, man. In the YouTube video comments, y'all be tearing me up. Be like, oh, you're not trying to understand. And it's like, okay, fine. You know what? I'll give you that. I'll give you that. So this time I'm gonna try. I'm gonna give it one more chance and I'm gonna try. Because apparently episode 5 solves fucking everything. But I do have, through reading the manga, some stuff. Now, through the manga, I'm only like... I'm in episode 2 of the manga. So I do not want any answers. I do not want any people denying or proving anything that I am right or that I am wrong in the comments or during this video while I list what I think these things are. For now. Now, mind you, this is up to episode 2. So I'm not using knowledge that I have past episode 4. I'm using knowledge that I have that I'm getting currently while reading the manga. Except for one of them. Now, I got questions, obviously. This is just questions. What is being defined as a key in the Red Truths? Why does the rose matter? Can you lock the door from the inside? Which I'm pretty sure you can't, but Badler does bring it up in episode 2. Why were spiders a natural enemy for Canon when he reappeared randomly? Gotta let the clip play. Thank you, Candid Mullet, for the follow. Yeah, I probably won't deal with that. Alright. Well, again, main questions. Which I already listed. Now, the theories. This is involving the chapel in episode 2. The chapel door was locked without using the key. There's an auto lock feature on the door. The message on the door, which is the door won't open unless there's a probability of something or other, because Badler can't understand English, is the reason why it can unlock, which probably not, because Beatrice said it can only unlock with the key, and lock without a key. Again, no confirmation, no nothing. I just want to learn. Yeah, I just want to learn certain things, if that makes sense. Anyway, now for the Jessica Cannon murder. Again, only episode 2. Servant doesn't have a master key other than Cannon, so there's some other servant who didn't have a master key at the time of the murder. Someone took Kumasawa's key while she was sleeping and put it back before she woke up. Or Kumasawa could have done it herself. Now again, I'll repeat myself because I don't know how many people actually listen. I'm only on episode 2 of the manga. I'm writing down what I'm coming up with as I'm reading it. Not from what I've already known. I'm not combining stuff. I'll work my way up to where I was. And then hopefully using this knowledge, I will be able to be perfectly fine. Now, I don't have my notebook near me because I'm not going to be writing down the red truths because I feel like that takes up way too much time. For now. You know, I'll grab it just in case. I'll grab it. But I'm not going to be writing too much. Never mind, can't grab it. It's somewhere else. I'll grab it in a little bit. One thing I will tell you is that I got COVID and I might cough a lot depending on how much I talk. If I get to a point where all I'm doing is coughing and that's it, all I'm doing is just coughing, 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 I'm just going to end the stream. We're going to end it and we'll try it again next week. Fair enough. Now I'll be back because I got to go probably grab that notebook. So I shall be back, and you don't get to listen to this stupid Umineko intro. I'll be back. I'm back. Patented water, by the way. Patented water. Patented. Not patented. Patented. So I grabbed the notebook, because I figured I might as well. If there's something that I'm like, ooh, that could be good, I'm writing it down. If it's some stupid shit, I'm not. So, I have an idea for what Badler's Sin could be. Now, do I like what the idea is? No, I find it fucking stupid. But, it is Umineko, so... I mean, to be honest... It could be whatever. So, here's the idea. Because of what Beatrice said in one of the manga panels in episode 2, it was, there's no greater sin than something about love. Now, taking that into context from what I know, it better not be Badler's sin is that he doesn't have love or true love. It better not be. Because if it is, I'm not gonna like that one. Now, don't tell me if it is or isn't. I want to figure that. I want that to unveil itself when it unveils itself. All right. I want that to unveil itself when it happens. I don't want any confirmation of anything I just said. No confirmation. I'll get to it in the manga when I get to it because I'm trying to refresh myself on what happened. Didn't have time to do it because, like I said, I got COVID. And you really don't want to do anything when you got COVID. Which again is the reason why if I start coughing a lot, I'm just ending the stream. With that being said, I don't think I got anything. Oh, there's a new suggestion box. If you have any games you want me to play, drop them in there. Down in the bottom, I'll look at it. Maybe put a poll out once or twice on, like, Twitter or something. Probably Twitter. Maybe, like, a straw poll link in the Twitch VOD. Something or other. I don't know. That or I'll just add it to the games list that I have and randomize it myself, because I have a few games on there, too, that I would like to play for the channel once Umineko is finished. Which might be another fucking year. I also have snacks, because I always get hungry while playing this game. I'm surprisingly efficient right now. Except I still forgot the notebook somehow. Does the intro change? I feel like I'm seeing way more images that I haven't seen before in the intro. Okay, am I ready? Fuck nah. But we are in episodes 5 through 8. Good morning. As the story crosses into its second half, the tale woven by the Golden Witch have been exhausted. All that remains now is to understand them. Perhaps new game masters can offer a fresh perspective. They laughed at me immediately. Please wait for a moment. Data caching is being performed. They laughed at me immediately, man. They laughed at me immediately. I don't like that. Immediate laughter. Oh, should I change the name? Oh. I didn't realize it was called something different. Let me change the name, because technically it's different. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering why ADHD is a tag, the only reason why... Oh shit, new intro. Well, now I gotta watch it. Holy shit, they picked it up on the second opening. Cannon with the flintlock? I'm confused. There's a lot of new characters. A lot of new characters. Now, do I have to fix audio settings again? No, I do not, thank God. Alright. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I think I have to change the name, potentially. So I'm going to do that. No, Naku Koro ni Chiru. Chiru. Add that in there. How the fuck do I get rid of this message? Alright, just ignore that one message. Ignore that message. I don't know how to get rid of it. It's been a fucking while, man. It's been a long time. I just got here. I forgot it was 8 already. What have you looked at so far? The intro. And let me just say, Cannon with the Flintlock, a pirate ship, like 70 new characters, apparently. Also, name change. I mentioned what I thought Badler's sin was and why I think it shouldn't be that sin. But based off of what Beatrice said in episode 2 about the greatest sin a person could commit is something about love, I'm assuming it's because Badler doesn't have love or true love. Which I think is dumb. So I'm kind of putting that on the very, 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 very back burner that's in another kitchen. And I just went over all my theories and questions. And then Candid Moda followed me and dropped a chat message that I don't want there, but don't really know how to get rid of it at the moment other than blocking him, but it's an extra follow, and I don't care about blocking him at the moment. It's only once. Didn't realize that it was going to kick me into a new thing, but that's essentially it. I'm literally just about to start it. Good morning. Please enjoy the new game with its new game master. I say that, but the game has already reached its climax. The culprit has been cornered and merely awaits checkmate. I'm sure there will be something you could spot from this clear perspective. The difficulty is fairly easy. What could possibly fool you now? A lot of things, actually. A lot of things. And I also specifically mentioned that do not tell me if I am wrong or right on any theories in any way that I make. Especially for the theories I have mentioned earlier. I love this episode. Good to know. A lot of people love this episode. But yeah, do not tell me if I'm wrong or right on old theories that I'm forming based off of old episodes. I'm rereading the manga in order to see if I can understand what the fuck was actually happening. Because again, I'm gonna be right. Mr. John Smith, Mr. everybody else in the comments on the YouTube videos, they've been dogging my ass for fair reason. So I say, let's just start this shit. Let's just go. Umineko's final chance starts now. I'm glad the audio... The story is undoubtedly nothing more than fantasy. It could not possibly have any relation to real persons, organizations, places, or events. We take this opportunity... The fuck was that noise? Excuse me. Look, I don't think I deserve this right now. You already laughed at me when I clicked on episodes 5 through 8. You don't have to call me an idiot now. I think I gave enough of it a final chance. I think I'm done. I'm not gonna start off with Beatrice calling me an idiot. I'm not. Okay? Let's tone it down here. Care to fill me in? Okay, I need to... Look, excuse me. I need to change the auto speed because it didn't save apparently. I need to be a little quicker than that, all right? I need it to be a little quicker. Maybe like that, and then we can tone it. But we need it to be a little bit quicker. God, man, it's still slow. What did I have it at earlier? My God, that was... I'm gonna increase it again. My God, Badler, you're getting fucking dogged on. At least it's not me this time. Okay, let's turn it up like there. He's getting dogged on. Why is it so slow? Like, why did that take so long? All the times Beatrice destroyed Badler. I know, he's just, I mean, you could also sub Badler out with me, and it would work. Oh, yeah, son. What? I said, what? That lonely tone was the desolate sound of the wind blowing by. Okay, now I know why. Now I know why it was so slow. It's because it was just slow. So I'm actually gonna turn it back down to here. The glittering rose petals on these bushes were all golden. By the way, thank you Stream Elements for flashing black still. I love that feature. The cloud of gold butterflies that had once danced through this golden rose garden like fluttering rose petals was no longer anywhere to be seen. The master of the Golden Land is the Golden Witch Beatrice. She might be called inhumane and cruel, arrogant and outrageous, or perhaps naive and simple. That laugh of hers, which lost its grace more and more the longer it continued, could no longer be heard. The Golden Witch Beatrice sat like a doll, resting on a deck chair adorned as beautifully as the Golden Rose Garden itself. She wasn't relaxing there. Her eyes were empty. She was a shell of her former self, without love to guide her. She became what she always was, just a vessel to contain my spirit. She didn't respond to any questions. Even so, she was not permitted to sleep. Beatrice sat like a doll. Hey, Virginia. Her hair was down, and Virginia was carefully tending to it with a comb. The usual Beto would surely have spent this time complaining about this and that regarding her hairstyle. However, she made no response, showed no reaction. So it really only looked like Virginia was combing the golden hair of a large doll. There was a table alongside them. On it sat a chessboard, along with a jumble of black and white pieces locked in a closely fought battle. And here we go with the chess references again. And here I go, about to throw shit, because I'm tired of chess. However, this setup looks somehow different from normal chess. Maybe the game was similar, though not identical. And on the other side, sitting back in his chair as he contemplated his next move, was a young man. No, perhaps it wasn't his next move, he contemplated. Every once in a while, he would change the positions of the pieces, reconsidering the situation after every change. Maybe he was reconstructing previous games, trying to discover the thought process behind the moves that had been made. In the past, Kinzo, the Ushiromiya family head, once said that learning chessboard arrangements was like taking a journey through the thoughts of the old masters. Ushiromiya Badler was on a journey, a search for the thought process that led the Golden Witch to create this arrangement and make these moves. Badler took a black piece that should have been moved forward and returned it to its original place, sighing deeply. Badler's pieces were white. However, on this chessboard, the black encampment was on Badler's side. He was reconstructing that arrangement, trying to play Bito's role. Even Badler didn't expect that Bito would respond to that statement. Or rather, he was pretending to talk to himself, thinking there might still be some chance of her responding. Go back to the old hair. I don't like it. Bito's eyes reflected nothing. I prefer. Okay, I no longer wish to simp. I preferred old hair. And her mouth told nothing. After begging him to kill her, the Golden Witch had become a corpse that had given up on life. She wasn't sleeping. She couldn't step down from this game and was therefore forbidden sleep. So these words must have reached her ears. However, they probably hadn't reached her heart. Oh, we're already getting into shit that's gonna make me laugh. Golden Witch would not sneer at Badler's moves, nor would she praise them or belittle them. By now, Beatrice was nothing more than a living doll. Even so, she would glance at him every once in a while. It would be an empty glance, but a glance nonetheless. Sometimes she would seem to make some sort of gesture, even more her lips. Move her lips. However, her movements never managed to communicate anything to Badler. I just decided to kill this fucker. I didn't make any rational decision. I just decided, and this guy looks good. Because I wanted to. Yeah, guffaw. Yeehaw for all I care. Can you believe it? That shrill laugh of Bito's will never be heard again. Thank God. I do not have to subject myself to that noise ever again. However, even if she couldn't answer, his voice surely reached her. That was what Badler believed as he said these words, so he said it again. Yeehaw, you dumb son of a bitch! Hit me with that yeehaw! I'm gonna try and go till 3 a.m. We'll see. This game might make me just go, no. Virginia answered in her disciple's stead. Up to this point, she had done her best to avoid speaking for Bito. Disciple, wait, do you mean the disciple, brother? Or maybe not, dude. Or maybe not, brother. After all, there was a chance that Bito would respond in some way, and Virginia didn't want to be the one to steal that chance. So Badler was going to have to bear with the silence, until Bito herself answered. Virginia could no longer bear to watch Badler like this. Besides, Badler also wanted to hear what Virginia had to say. He believed that conversation would reach Bito's heart. You ripped the love out of her. The love of the game. The love of professional wrestling. You took it from me, Badler. And now I will take your career from you. I have to drop promos time from time. But he took her love from her heart. He ripped her heart out of her chest. A serial murder following an epitaph. With that as a victory condition, I tried reconstructing the games from the witch's side. But I never ended up making the moves Bito did. In those games, I could find several incomprehensible moves that clearly worked against that victory condition. Why are we sure that was her victory condition? Kill me. Let me die. Look, she's fucking suffering right now. Bito's right ankle was bound with a heavy, cold steel shackle. It wasn't tied to anything, so it didn't restrict her movement. However, it symbolized restriction. It was a visualization of the bonds that prevented her from leaving the game until she either won or lost. And the shackle was probably hurting her. The mercilessly cold shackle tormented her over and over inside her waking dream. She's speaking. She's whispering something to me. So there's never any sign of relief in her empty expression. Her eyelids would sometimes tremble like she was having a nightmare. Every once in a while, she would let out a pained gasp. Unless I win, Bito will never be released from the curse that prevents her from sleeping peacefully. Doing what? Winning? Yes, I would love to win. Why should I take part in any game unless Bito is my opponent? If that's the only alternative, then it's a much better use of my time to reconstruct previous games while taking a journey in search of Bito's thought process. Well, who's the game master? Crawling faster. Obey your master. I don't want you to be. I was busy doing a Metallica reference and you killed the vibe. There's a vibe and you killed it. Yeah, I have many objections. Oh, I got some. I don't want you to be. Thank you, Burncastle. Think of it like an Elimination Survivor Series match. Beatrice got eliminated, but Land of Delta is still on the team, and she's got to get in there. Bito was lying down on a deck chair, almost as though she was sleeping. However, she wasn't sleeping. And she wasn't awake either. She was nothing more than a living doll that had given up on victory, who had asked Badler to perform her last rites, and who had surrendered everything. Of course, if everyone just sat around, the next game, the 5th game, would never be made ready. So Lambda Delta had succeeded Bito as the next game master, and announced that she'd prepare the next game. What the fuck, man? I don't want it to be Lambda Delta. I'd rather fight against Gap. Hell, bring in Renove. Sounds like you agree with Badler. Of course I do. You wanna know why? Because I know Lambda Delta's gonna be fucking ruthless. She was talking about Beatrice not talking about all these red truths, and she was like, well, what about this? I don't want that. That's what I'm saying. I understand Beatrice. Yes. I disagree. I feel like I'm just gonna get frustrated again and not want to do anything. Okay, Badler, there's a point where you're starting to get simping. And you're starting to get simpy right now. You're starting to get simpy, Badler. Let's stop now. Okay? I support Bito being the game master, but at this point we might need some compromise. Badler couldn't hide his irritation at the two witches called Lambda Delta and Burncastle, who had shown up well after the game's start and who were now trying to take charge on their own. It looked like these witches were an even higher rank than Beto. So high, in fact, that even Beto's teacher, Virginia, couldn't even come close. Badler had the feeling he'd seen these two several times before. Well, if we go from Beatrice, we can go to Virginia. Virginia taught Beatrice. Obviously, Virginia's up there. And then we can go to Lambda Delta Bernkastel. We don't need to do these two right now. Give me Virginia, damn. However, this was the first time he'd known their name and spoken to them directly. But we got Virginia! If anything, Virginia knows how Beatrice plays. So it's like I'll be fighting Beto. Come on, that's the compromise. That's the compromise. Oh, now there's a time limit. I'll prefer when you wanted Burn to be your little prisoner bird bitch. You wanted all the time in the world. I'm not looking forward to this, boys. Oh, bonus! Don't laugh at me. Letting my voiceless emotions explode, I slammed the table hard. If I would slam the table, but if I slam this table, this mic guard might fall again. The two witches didn't flinch at all. One grinned. The other looked indifferent, as though nothing had happened. I can probably guess which one was what. Lambda Delta probably smiled, and then Bernkastel probably was like, I don't care. Fuck y'all. Two of them just stared at me silently, so they were reproaching me. Of course, I'm not satisfied. Step down! Oh, but Beatrice lose it. Huh. Yeah, scammy. This is scammy. I knew it. I knew they'd be trying to scam me. Then what about Beatrice? Do I win? Badler, wait. Badler, we need a team huddle. Badler, team huddle. Badler, we can't take a loss, my guy. We can't take a loss. Badler, we can't take a loss, my guy. We need here. Come on. Badler, team huddle, team huddle, team huddle. We can't take the loss, all right? Imagine we about to hit the Super Bowl. Go Birds. When Bernkastel mentioned Ange, Badler's expression changed instantly. You see, now I'm already interested in continuing Umineko onto another stream because I didn't realize there was going to be a new game master. I thought it was just Beatrice the whole time. So now that there's a new person in charge of being technically the narrator, I feel like it might get really fucking crazy. So I'm willing to have that. But who knows? This episode might be too much. I thought you said you weren't my ally, but were at the same time. Which one is it? Badly, we gotta do it for Ange. I vaguely understood. That's not the right button. I vaguely understood what she was saying. Until I win in Beto's game, I'll remain trapped in this bizarre world. Alright, Badler, we gotta do it for Ange, man. She got bullied like a mother. She got bullied like she was cooking with ragu. Like a mother. And if I abandon that victory, then most certainly my parents and I will never return to Ange. For Ange's sake, even though I know that the witches are toying with me, I must keep on fighting. Exactly, my guy. We gotta do it. If anything, we gotta do it. We gotta do it for the sister, man. We gotta do it for the sister. Family. 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 Exactly. Family. Yeah. You gonna show it to me again? Berncastle pointed the palm of her right hand upwards. As she did, a pale light gathered there, and some kind of blue glowing crystal appeared there. A blue crystal? Jesse! We need to cook, Jesse! A scene was reflected on its sharp surface. But it wasn't the scene that surrounded them now. If you look deep into that crystal, that fragment, then you would probably learn what was reflected on there. If you stared at it, then you'd surely see the end Ange finally reached after waiting 12 years and giving up everything for the sake of her beloved brother. The scene of her death throes as her entire body was torn to bits while she still lived. He, without thinking, grabbed at her collar. But as soon as he touched that which made up her form, it disappeared like foam on the waves. He was ready, man. She was going to get sparked out. Then, as naturally as though she'd been there from the beginning, Berncastle was leaning against a different wall. Hit me with that smug-ass smile. I say me and Badler's fist shook with anger, but even if he swung them down, he wouldn't be able to hit Berncastle. I think me and Badler are in agreement. We gotta do it for Ange. This witch was like a phantom, or a cat who wouldn't even let someone pet her if she didn't wish for it. Ange, best female character, second only to Jessica, and she was telling the truth. Beatrice is third. For Ange's sake, I can't step down from this fight. Jessica and I say Beatrice can be interchangeable. Ange was kind of up there. Beatrice is probably second because Beatrice is just can make you hate her, which is a good character. It's not like MJF. I'm supposed to hate MJF, but I don't hate him. I'm just annoyed by him. He's annoying because he just talks about the same shit over and over again. And at that point, it's annoying. And you know what? You can clip this. You can send this to MJF on Twitter. He'll probably roast me. And then guess what? I get slightly famous. You know what? I need to... Actually, I know a reason to have... I did have Twitch open. But I realize now why I should have Twitch open. That's because I have a clip that button. And anytime something crazy happens, I can clip it myself. There we go. Perfect. Even if these unpleasant witches hijack the game board. And crazy by my standards. Like, it's gotta be insane. If I want to. I am kinda allowed to. I could just damn Ange to all of hell eternally. Unhinged laughing, Joker style. Open the eyes. I don't trust you. Oh, I don't care about Beatrice's sake. In a way that was admonishing or perhaps babying, like the headache you get after eating something too sweet. Bernkastel tormented Badler and smiled. By now, the host of this tea party, Beto, was absent. The guest witches were already making themselves at home. Well, first I'm gonna grip you up and throw you through a window. Second, I'm slapping off that smug look of Bernkastel's face. Well, it doesn't seem like you want me to. It does not seem like it. Until I get bored in about 5 minutes, so you better chop chop. I can't let her provocation, cajolery, rile me up. What the fuck does cajolery mean? Good thing I already got Chrome open for that. Cajolery. Coaxing or flattery intended to persuade someone to do something.
Cajolery.
Cajolery. Okay. Once I closed out of that tab and saw the actual Twitch page and where the chat was, I swear I read foreskin somewhere. Which is a wild thing to all of a sudden read. The witch is new. These witches know I get mad easily and they're trying to take advantage of that. Badler withstood it all and finally relaxed his clenched fists. Don't take gaps in speech. Even though Badler acknowledged this fifth game, he turned his back on them, much to Lambda Delta's surprise. I wish I could. I don't like it. You're gonna make me lose in like 2 minutes. Oh God, what am I about to witness? What am I about to see? I swear to God, if I read one bonus hit and I just start going off. Do you want me to come back from my break or not? I need you to shut up. Without answering, Badler disappeared into the darkness, after shrugging and cackling. The witches immediately started playing with the game board they had stolen from Beto. Sorry, my internet keeps disconnecting randomly. I'm back now, though. Nice, you're back. Sorry, I thought I would go and look at everything. Okay, so there is this. The man designated by Beto as their opponent during the first 4 games discussed how Lambda Delta took over as game master for the 5th game. He is not taking part in it as a player. Okay. So I think these are the same. I'm just going to go through. Just because. Might as well click on them all. Alright, which side... Okay, the Golden Witch and the Endless Witch, Beto's piece who represents the Witch Illusion, claims that the entire incident of Rakajima was created by the Witch Illusion. In the 5th game, she clashes with Burncastle, who denies this. Because she is no more than a piece, and the higher plane version of her is withdrawn from being the Game Master, she is not in a position to know the truth behind the 5th game. This means she is in a different position than the one she held in previous games. The Witch of Miracles, also known as the Witch, who knows that miracles don't occur. What? Participants in the 5th game is the player opposing Beto. However, from the very beginning, her aim has been to deny the Witch Illusion. Her only goal is to destroy Beto in her world as a way to stave off boredom. Though she does deny the Witch Illusion, she is no ally of Battlers. Retired Endless Witch and Beatrice's master made proper use of the endless magic and dedicated her life to the happiness and smiles of people. Serving as the 5th game's Game Master in place of Beto, who stepped down from the position in the 4th game. Because of that, the story of the 5th game, while appearing very similar to previous games, is expected to turn out quite differently. Just like Burncastle, she has no love for boredom and might be friend or foe to Beto or Burn depending on the situation. Alright, might as well put it on the one that was with, I read sex and immediately regretted putting it on this character. Sex, why yes. I can't wait until the very end of this game and Beatrice goes back to like her normal hair and the first song starts playing in the background while she's busy fighting people, and then the show ends and it's friendship and everybody loves each other. That definitely wouldn't be chess anymore. Beto's eyes seem to cloud slightly with sadness. Ah, hey! At that time, gold butterflies gathered and Renova appeared, holding a tea set with black tea. Mr. has Genji for a vessel. Damn, they zoomed through it. When Beto and I were playing, the game would be paused whenever someone left their seats. However, those witches wouldn't pause that game just because I wasn't around. Renault lifted the pot high with an elegant gesture as he poured the black tea. After finishing that, he finally spoke. He gave us his impressions of it. Well, neither does Beatrice, I think. Or you. Understand what those words meant. When I met Virginia's eyes, she shook her head slightly and stared at the floor. It's just that there's now, like, chocolate everywhere. She literally made a chocolate dog and ate it. Badler stood up. There was no need to make Renault say anymore. I'm going in. Pop. I need straight up brewski. I need a bear. I need another bear. These guys weren't even here in the beginning, because I've been loafing about crazier and crazier witches have been introduced. And now they've hijacked this game between me and Beatrice. Beto lay there silently, like a living doll with dull eyes. The game board she had created herself had been hijacked by incomprehensible people and was being turned into a mess. If I was designated to be her opponent, then Beto must have created this game for me. I've got to take it back. Of course, Beto didn't respond in any way. That's right. If she can't respond, then I have to protect it in her place. Let's go, and let's take it back. When he faced the jet black heavens and yelled this, the whole world shattered as though it was made out of thin glass. I need a bear. What? I said a bear. What? As though it had been that way since the beginning. It transformed to that smoking room where Badler had fought Beto so many times, and which the two witches had now hijacked. Well, throw me in, coach. Yeah, like he even waited for me in the first place. I am ready. Player 1. Huh? Okay, so this is telling me who's dead. The fuck is you killed Jessica? Okay, it wasn't working at first. Corpse discovered in the cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house. Her cause of death is unknown, but her neck was sliced open by a sharp blade. The wound was deep enough that anyone could easily confirm her death with absolute certainty. Corpse discovered in a guest room on the first floor of the mansion. He had been pierced to the back with a demon stake. Its tip reached as far as its lungs. Because he was lying face down in the bed, suicide must be ruled out. Corpse discovered in the cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house. Okay. Cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house. Cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house. The corpse discovered in the servants' quarters on the first floor of the mansion. Direct cause of death is unknown, but his neck has been sliced open by a sharp blade. It's deep enough that anyone could easily confirm his death with absolute certainty. Let me take a look at all their blood spatters. Alright. While I'm here. I'm pretty sure it's all the same. Anyway. Bam. Let's go. Second day. October 5th, 1986. Insert Gibby falling. I don't know why. Right now, no humans exist on this island except for those in this parlor. And with one exception, it has been shown that none of them have committed murder. And the culprit is among these people. Who's the one exception? Me? Oh, Natsuhi? I believe it, to be honest. In a panic and with a voice that was far from calm, in a manner that was, to put it coldly, unsightly, and Natsuhi denied the suspicion placed upon her. However, there was no longer any way around it. She stood up, brushed back her long hair, pointed at Natsuhi, and said it one more time. Huh? How old are you? Are you even supposed to be in here? Whose kid is this? Rudolph? You have another kid? Lamau, yes. We get to witness this opening again. which the song be killing it on. With Cannon with the Flintlock, Pirate Ship, and then like random new characters. Wait, I feel like this is different than the opening that I saw. I think it is. Yeah, this is different from the opening that I saw. Banger OP. Well, this is different. I saw a different one. There's no Cannon with the Flintlock. There are multiple, yeah. Anyway, who the fuck is that kid? It ain't mine. Badler? Yeah, come in. As she knocked loudly and repeatedly, Natsuhi yelled. Shortly after, there was a heavy clunking sound, and the sound of the door to Kinzo's study unlocking could be heard. As the door opened, a heavily sweet, venomous odor flowed out. Natsuhi was always ashamed of how she automatically grimaced at that, even though she thought it rude to the family head. Kraus was waiting for her inside the study. Natsuhi flew into his arms. With an uncertain gait, Natsuhi walked towards the center of the study, supported by Kraus. There, a dignified bed fitting for the Ushiromiya family head could be seen, like Nanjo, Genji, and Kumasawa. I need water. Whatever that says. On the bed, Kinzo could be seen lying down, asleep. Only he wasn't asleep. He was dead! Sobbing, Natsuhi slumped over the chest of that man who had fallen to a sleep from which he would never awaken. Obviously, this was probably not during the typhoon. It's probably Kinzo being dead, and then Cross going, well, we can just scam the family real quick and say he's still alive. Natsuhi couldn't stop crying over the death of the man whom she had loved like a second father. Kumasawa rubbed Natsuhi's back, consoling her. Kraus slumped into his late father's favorite chair. By sitting there, he might have been immersed in memories of his departed father. Perhaps he thought that by sitting there, he might be able to understand just a bit of the madness of Kinzo's later years. No, he sat down there as a sign of authority. He's now the new head. He gets the chair. Which he had never been able to comprehend before. And Nanjo, just as he had when Kinzo once sat in that chair contemplating a chess move, turned his back and looked down over the outside world through a crack in the curtains.
最後の瞬間までお元気だったことを喜ぶべきです。建前上はそうなるよね。
Nacho understood that as well. Ushiramiya Kinzo, who had risen like a comet and glittered like a supernova in the post-war business world, had died. His funeral would probably be of a fantastic scale. It would also be the ceremony marking Krause's inheritance of the headship. He would have to arrange everything as the host of the event, carry out funeral diplomacy perfectly, and make it clear to all that the Ushiramiya family still had an enormous influence in the political and financial spheres. As Najo watched Krause, he was vividly reminded of the time when Kinzo had been suddenly selected as the Ushiramiya family head, when Kinzo had been lost and confused. In this way, he was able to understand Krause's distress and sympathize with it. Natsuhi's sobs eventually subsided. Watching this and leaving Kumasawa to care for Natsuhi as a fellow woman, Genji returned to where Krause was. And as though asking what should be done, Genji lowered his head slightly. Krause, with his hand still over his eyes, didn't speak. Perhaps even though he had known this day would come, Krause really couldn't hide his shock at how suddenly it had reached him. Maybe she heard that, or maybe it was a coincidence. As though responding to Genji's words, Natsuki came over. Her eyes were red from crying so much. But she apparently understood the heavy responsibility that had been imposed on them even better than Krause did. Trying to encourage her husband, who was overcome with shock, Natsuhi lent him some reassuring words. When Krause finally lowered the hands that had been covering his face, he looked up at the ceiling with a blank expression and let out a deep, deep sigh. Who knew how those vultures after the inheritance might try to find fault with this? They might claim to have found some reason to suspect the cause of death, using that as a point of contention to start some trouble. Right now it was important not only to pay Kinzo's remains the respect they were due, but also to solidify the position of the new family head, Krause. I'm gonna destroy his dignity. I'm gonna parade him in the streets naked. Krause was still staring blankly at the ceiling with a befuddled expression on his face. She understood the shock and heavy responsibility he bore. Natsuki understood her husband's feelings as much as anyone. I already need to stand. Krause didn't respond. Nazi thinking him to be just a little bit unreliable at the moment, decides she must offer her support. Seeing her husband like this actually spurred Nazi to action, and a resolute expression rose to her face. This is not a good return stream, for the sole fact that I'm already tired. I already need to stand 700 times. I'm uncomfortable because I'm not used to doing this now. But nothing like being as uncomfortable as fucking possible to get me back into being used to it. I'm gonna break my own foot off just so I can sit here for 6 hours. Being in charge of a funeral is tiring work. There's no time to shed tears. If Kraus were ever to be given time to cry for his dead father, that time would have to be now. Everyone agreed with Kumasawa's words. Even so, Kraus continued to blankly gaze up at the ceiling and didn't respond in any way. Nazi urged the servants to go. Shouts out, Jessica, successor. As they each started to make their way out of the study, Kraus finally spoke. They stopped walking. I just realized this whole thing is telling me that Nanjo I swear to God it happened. I'm gonna slap the shit out this mic in 5 seconds. One question that I had that I know didn't matter anymore was literally answered right now. / way earlier. How is Kinzo being seen by all these people? Literally, Nanjo played chess with them. This is first episode shit. Nanjo played chess with them. Bam, that's who saw him. Genji did shit with them. Bam, Genji's in here knowing he's dead. Nazi talked to him. Nazi knows he's dead. Kraus talked to him. Kraus knows he's dead. You gotta give me a few more hours at least. You gotta make it seem like I'm not so fucking dumb. Damn. I like ran into a brick wall. Henny stopped already. Lamau. Yeah, I know. But despite that, he told her once again to wait. It's insane. Literally. You gotta give me like an hour. You can't, like, we're only an hour and 23 minutes in. And they already smacking me in the head with a frying pan going, you dumb bitch! Ah! Me realizing that, again, is literally like me getting hit in the face and running to a brick wall. New Game Master means new perspective on the same story. You get to see a lot of shit differently. I know, which is insane. That they just straight up confirmed that all these people knew he was dead. And how in the very first episode, these are the people that fucking interacted with him. Oh, by the way, first game I don't have any theories for, first episode, just because I can say Rudolph did it. Because he said he was gonna die and that his face was destroyed. It could have literally been him. It maybe not have been, but it could have. I don't know yet. I skipped the first episode. Well, no, I didn't. I read it. But since it was so up in the air because there was no new characters, and Beatrice wasn't trying to have... Sorry, I was about to say a sentence and then I started fantasizing. Beatrice wasn't trying to hurt me. That wasn't what I was fantasizing about. I am not a masochist. From those slightly weak words, Nazi understood that he probably stopped her because he wanted her by his side, and I'm still not a furry.
から待てと言っている。
When Kraus suddenly raised his voice, everyone jumped and turned around. Unable to comprehend what she had done to spark her husband's wrath, Natsuki ran up to him.
どうしましたあなた。
What's wrong? Fucking stop doing shit for 5 seconds, okay? I got a plan, Dutch.
私は何か失礼なことを口に
Smack her. She being disrespectful, and in this day and age, you smack.
そうじゃない。少し待て。時間をくれ。
ええ、分かっています。心を整理するためにも必要です。私たちはその時間をあなたにあげようと、ここから静かに出ていくだけですよ。
だからそれを待てというのだ。いいか。誰もその場から動くな。
No one move, I planted bombs in this whole study!
椅子にでもソファーにでも好きに座ればいい。だから何も喋らずに静かに黙って何もせずにいろ。
Those unreasonable words felt like a glimpse of how Kinzo used to be. Natsuki couldn't hide her slight surprise at this behavior, which almost made it seem as though Kinzo had possessed her husband. Natsuki told the servants to wait for the time being. She ordered them to sit on a sofa a short distance off, approached her husband, and spoke to him in a small voice.
あなたがお命じになれば、夏日はいくらでも待ちます。とどまります。
Didn't I tell you to shut up? Huh? Did you understand the words that I'm speaking?
ですからどうかお気を静められてください。
違う。そうではないのだ。そうではないのだ。
Was it really blood, or was he actually being possessed? Kinzo's disorderly style of speech strongly resembled Kinzo's. As she watched this, Natsuki became certain that Kraus was Kinzo's son after all, and that he was the true successor more suitable than any other person.
夏日。こっち。
Kraus stood up and headed toward the window, trying to lengthen the distance between himself and the servants waiting on the sofa by even a small amount. Natsuki realized that he must have something secret to discuss.
はい、あなた。
That's when I lean in and I go, "What we talking about?"
何事ですか。
親父に死なれてはまずいのだ。
しかし、もうお亡くなりになりました。そういうわけには参りません。
そうじゃない。今はまずいんだ。
どういうことですか。
親父の財産を担保にしている。相続問題になれば隠しをおせない。
担保ですか。
Wow, he been fucking with the money. All of
メ
it.
ロディーランドの時、近藤君を応援したことがあっただろう。
あの方とは縁を切れと申し上げたじゃありませんか。私には断ったと言ったはず。どうして。
男の義理というものがある。断れなかった。
Kraus claimed to hold honor as a virtue. However, Natsuki knew that he most often used this as an excuse for when he reluctantly went along with some deal that he just couldn't refuse.
お金に余裕があるならいざ知れず。
I know exactly what happened. He found oil. And then the Americans came in and
かなりの借金をされた
fucked
のではあ
them.
りませんでしたか。
ああ、したさ。方々で恩人に世話になったのだ。それらを返済するためにも座しているわけにはいかない。返済するためには金がいる。金を生むためには金がいる。
Or he could just be.
金がなければ始まらない。この島の計画だ。
I'm not gonna finish that sentence.
がおかしなことにならなければ順調だったのだ。どの役人とも連携は取れていた。
I am walking a thin line of getting canceled, I feel like.
私の根回しは完璧だったのだ。たまたま巡り合わせとタイミングが悪かった。ちょっとした運のすれ違い。事故みたいなものだった。
あれは事故なんかではありません。詐欺です。あなたは騙されたのです。
Doing some shady shit, man.
この島のリゾート計画など描けていなかったのです。
そんなことはないぞ。土方君のビジョンは先見性にあふれていた。世界と未来に目を向けた広大な視野を、私が夢だと信じていたものなど 猫の額ほどの広さしかないことを
Let me hear some of his foresight.
夢が広がる世界に未来に夏日も一緒に聞いていただろう。
ええ、聞いていました。そしてお帰りになられた後に申し上げたはず。
Yeah, I heard it and I told you it was a fucking scam.
語るのは未来ばかりで地に足がついていない。これ以上お付き合いしてはならないと。
土方君は立派な好青年だ。彼の生き様からは学ぶことも多いぞ。彼は若いが尊敬できる。彼のことを侮辱することは許さんぞ。
あなたは同じことを月旅行の時にもおっしゃいました。先見性がある、未来がある、夢があると連呼され、その挙句はいかがでしたか。口頭無形な話だったとあなた自らがお認めになったではありませんか。私はNASA の高官とか名乗るおかしな男が現れた頃からこれは絶対におかしいと確信しておりました。
What kind of shit are you getting into?
人が国際的な詐欺師だったに過ぎない。あの件については私も曽根崎氏も被害者も彼の先見性は今をもって間違ってい
You
る。
got a guy acting like a NASA guy. What the fuck are you doing?
をたしなむ時代が訪れる。そしてその最初の事業を民間医者によって独占されるだろう。着眼点は間違っていない。それを利用して世界中の投資家を騙している国際的な詐欺集団がいて、
曽根崎という男もその一味だったと申し上げているのです。
So they predicted rich people trying to go to space. So we're already trying to back in like 2008.
うさんくさくなどない。彼の語る夢は未来を先取りしているからこそ、それが見えるものには妄想にしか見えんだけだ。女のお前には未来など見えん。
ええ、女の私には未来など見えません。でも現在なら見えます。私の目の前で狡猾な二枚舌の詐欺師たちに丸め込まれ騙されてなお妄信している哀れな夫の姿なら見ることができます。
ねえ、言ったまれ。お前には金も事業も経済も何もわからん。夫の仕事に口は出すな。妻は家事だけをしてればいい。お前は黙っていろ。
Without another word, Nazi fell silent just as Kraus had hoped she would. She was already far beyond anger and sadness. Now, how do you think everyone's hearing this conversation? Because they're essentially screaming it at this point, and the emotion that lay on the other side of those was an almost indifferent pity. Kraus, who had been in awe of Kinzo ever since he was very young, had started to subconsciously admire the way his father lived. Without realizing, he had come to believe that he could only be recognized as a man in his own right if he surpassed his father. However, Kinzo had been a mad genius, the likes of which had never before been seen in the Ushiromiya family's long history. That talent was a gift from heaven, and it definitely wasn't genetic, much less something that could be learned. To give the two of them a chance to talk alone, Natsuki told the servants not to tell anyone about Kinzo's death, and they left the room for the time being. Then she invited Kraus to her bedroom. It made him tell her everything about their current financial situation to her bedroom because they're gonna get it on. Those are things that Natsuki had been told about under the assumption that a woman had no business knowing. Natsuki had herself made a point of avoiding this area in the past, thinking that wasn't a wise place to intrude on such matters. However, this might also have meant that she had abandoned her duty as a wife to protect her family. The depths of this sin has been made quite clear to Natsuki. Kraus was probably tired of trying to defend himself. Perhaps because he had gotten a headache, he hid his face and sank into silence. Natsuki noticed that the water in the electric kettle was boiling and stood up to refill her cup with black tea. When she touched the cup of black tea, she noticed for the first time. The sound of the cup and saucer clinking together told her that her fingers were shaking. Kraus had built up a large debt to obtain funds for his various projects and to cover the losses when they failed. Of course, he had put the mansion and property up as collateral. However, doing such a thing above board would result in the mortgage being registered. In other words, there would be a record that Kraus had put Kinzo's wealth up as collateral to obtain a loan without anyone's permission. Kinzo, Ava, and the others must not learn of such a thing. Therefore, Kraus had been putting those assets up as collateral using the worst possible method. You signed over the deed. What Krauss is saying probably meant that he had, in essence, signed away the rights to his assets. If these assets had been used as collateral for a loan, then Krauss would still have some leeway under the law. He would have to deal with a bank which would have absolutely no compassion, but they would be able to work something out within the rules set by society. However, signing away the deed and power of attorney was a whole different story. In other words, even the mansion they were living in, if the person holding the deed were to decide to ignore his agreement with Krauss and sell the mansion to a third party right this moment, they would have no recourse whatsoever. He literally just almost made them fucking homeless. And without any money to buy a new home. Far from using collateral for a loan, this was basically the same as selling their house to borrow money.
つまり後宮家の生殺与奪は金貸したちの手に委ねられていたわけですね。
Yeah.
彼らもほんのわずかの気まぐれを起こして突然この家を売り払ったら、私たちは今すぐにも荷物をまとめ出て行かなくてはならないということですね。
理屈上はそうだ。だが取引の相手はいずれも社会的信用のある人物ばかりだ。サラ金じゃないぞ。経済人同士の信用取引だ。私も相手を信用している。相手だって私に金を貸すことで私が大きな事業を成功させ、投資した額が大きくなって帰ってくる。
So when will you get your rights to the assets back?
私の誠意と事業の絶対の成功を疑わないからだ。ここで渋ったらどうなる？自分の事業に自分で自信が持てないことになるだろう。
If you were such a successful businessman, we wouldn't be in debt now, would we? That's the only barely stopped herself from saying that. She's getting snappy.
お父様は亡くなりました。するとどうなりますか？
I'm gonna bust open the extra toasty Cheez-Its I got. Just to have them open so I can like pop one in.
どうしてですか？
君は知らない方がいい。とにかく絶対にこのことを誰にも知られてはならんのだ。
Krauss looked at the floor shamefully, shaking his head over and over. If it would come to criminal charges, then he must have broken some laws. He's probably been so intent on raising a large sum of money that nothing had mattered to him but survival. Krauss had seriously believed that he would succeed with several businesses, and that he would definitely gain huge profits. So he had figured that even if he stepped over a few legal lines, he'd be able to pay everything back before too long and pretend that the whole thing had never happened. This may been the factor. Oh, have. I thought they were trying to say give for a second. This may have been the factor that lessened his resistance towards breaking a couple laws. And now Kinzo's death, the worst possible thing, had occurred, and they wouldn't be able to keep it all hidden for long. You know, sometimes I want to be a voice actor. And I think I could slightly do it too. I think I'd be pretty decent at it. I can get the voice up. The only thing I can't do is act sad. We all know I can get angry. As Kraus roared and clutched at his head, he writhed about as if in pain. As she watched, several emotions swirled about Natsuki's chest. Her emotions conflicted as she felt pity for her husband while also feeling that he was a fool. And she felt a mixture of resentment and regret towards her own irresponsibility in letting her husband run wild for so long. Even if this day hadn't come, it should have been clear that they were in a very critical situation. And yet he had carelessly waited for this moment to come and was now writhing about. Her husband was so foolish and so pitiful. It would be easy to let herself get fed up with this. However, she was his wife. For a wife, ridiculing her husband as a fool would run in conflict with her responsibilities. If he was a fool, then she would have to support him enough to compensate. However, she didn't have a clue what she should do. Since there had been such a massive amount of money within arm's reach, it was only natural that Kraus had tried to dip his hands into it. It would also... Oh, burp. It would also be easy to tell him to be a man and give up on all of it, but that would also run in conflict with her responsibilities. She was Ushiromiya Natsuhi, the woman who had become Kraus's wife and sworn to support him, the new head of the Ushiromiya family for her whole life. So she had to somehow help her husband in his efforts to raise money. She understood it logically, but she couldn't suppress the indescribable dejection that seemed to rise up from the dark depths of her heart. Yeah, where it's at, maybe. You know me, I was all... Am I having a stroke? Face test. Or fast. Okay, I'm just gonna lift my hand up. We're good. Kraus, acting as excited as if he'd thought up a perfect, brilliant plan, grasped Natsuki's upper arms tightly. Natsuki couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She wasn't just taken aback because she'd heard him bring up something as fake-sounding as the hidden gold. This was Kraus, who usually mocked the story of the hidden gold, saying that it didn't exist and that it was all an illusion his father had created to borrow a lot of money. That was why Natsuki was doubly taken aback. Taking care of some stuff real quick. That hopefully should work. Something was caught in my throat. I think this works. I don't like it. Oh yeah, I don't like that. Alright. I'm messing around with my other monitor, just so you know, to see which one I like better in terms of what UI I like better. We'll just leave this one up for now and see if I like the other one later. Oh, there we go. I know, this stuff should be done before all of it, or when I start streaming. You know what, I'd rather have the other one on. Just because then I'll know if I'm actually recording. Does Jessica know that he's dead? Is Jessica gonna know that he's dead? Unable to withstand the pain in the arm he was twisting in his excitement, Natsuki knocked Kraus back, aside. Kraus tripped over the edge of the bed and flopped over onto the floor. Man, I need to blow my nose real quick. Excuse me while I mute my mic and do that. I don't know how people blow their nose. Whenever I blow my nose gets stuffy even more.
そしてどうか冷静になられてください。
It's insane.
後ろ宮家の一大事にそんな夢みたいなことを言い出してどうするというのですか。あなたもよく頭を冷やされて現実的な金策をお考えになってください。私も頭を冷やしてきます。
待ってくれ、ナツヒ。
Maybe he had come to his senses since the instant he fell over. Kraus tried to tell Natsuhi to stop, but she just kept walking. After closing the door forcefully, Natsuhi dashed away. Natsuhi ran through the corridor. Even though she didn't want anyone to see her like this, she ran headlong into Genji.
大変失礼いたしました。
Genji, 10 minutes in the dungeon?
奥様、お怪我はございませんか。
I'm be sniffing a lot. I'm sorry.
放っておきなさい。
かしこまりました。
源氏、お父様の書斎はどうなっていますか。
そのままにしております。南條先生は客間におられますが。
そうですか。書斎の鍵は持っていますか。
はい、ございます。
お貸しなさい。しばらく私とお父様の二人きりにするように。もし主人に私のことを聞かれても知らないというのですよ。
かしこまりました。
After grabbing the key to the study that Genji was holding out to her, Natsuhi rushed up the stairs. She then flew into the study, finally let out a wail and cried.
お父様、
Father.
愚かな私たちを。
I was gonna do a song reference, but then I didn't know the lyric.
私の主人はお父様の築き上げてきたものを受け継ぐことができません。罪深く愚かな私たちをどうかお許しください。 もしお許しいただけるならば、どうか愚かな私たちを。
Does he come back to life because she loves him and believes in him? Clinging to Kinzo as he slept in the bed, Natsuki cried even harder. She kept imagining Kinzo sitting up suddenly and patting her head. No, father isn't the type of person to pamper. More likely he'd yell at me to stop being so noisy. However, neither of these imaginations came true, because it was an undeniable fact that Kinzo had entered an eternal sleep. But even so, Natsuki begged the sleeping Kinzo to forgive and help them. It was still only a few hours after his passing. Perhaps the soul was still here listening to her. Believing this, Natsuki begged for Kinzo's forgiveness and help even more earnestly. Excuse me. Dead guy, you're supposed to be dead. That voice made Natsuki jump up in surprise. When she faced in the direction that the voice had come from, she saw Kinzo sitting at the study desk, folding up his reading glasses. So she's insane. Natsuki understood. This was just an illusion, one that Natsuki had created out of her desire to speak with a memory of Kinzo as he once was. No, that wasn't it. She believed that just for now, Kinzo's soul had shown itself to her. She was sure that doubting this would cause it to vanish in an instant. Essentially. Kinzo's succession to the family headship had come suddenly. At the time, he had been nothing more than a single young man from a branch family, far separated from the Ushiromiya main family. The main family might have had honor and tradition, but Kinzo had had nothing to do with that. Then, the principal members of the main family were wiped out in the Great Kanto earthquake, along with their businesses. On top of that, there had been a complicated antagonism between the members of the family at the time, and the elders had all tried to impose their will on the others in that sinking ship. Because of this, they weren't even able to elect a leader to revive the Ushiromiya family. They then found a common ground and selected Kinzo, a youth with absolutely no ties to any of the opposing elders, to be the head. So the elders hadn't really entrusted Kinzo with the rebuilding of the Ushiromiya family. Kinzo had been nothing more than their puppet, with his arms and legs pulled in opposite directions. After listening to the approaching footsteps of that Reaper day in and day out, it is said that Kinzo started cutting his ties with this world one by one. And then, on that day when he had severed all his regrets, when he reached a state of enlightenment, It is said that he had a mystical experience. It is said that he met her, the Golden Witch Beatrice. I made a contract with the witch. It didn't really help much because we still got fucking nuked. But, I mean, I got some Beatrice Punene instead, so fair trade-off.
存じております。そして戦後、お父様は天才的辣腕にて後宮家を復興させるのです。
The now deceased elders who knew Kinzo at the time had whispered to each other that Kinzo must have bumped his head on the battlefield and returned with a different personality. That was how much Kinzo had stood out after the war. Whether the story about Kinzo meeting a witch was true or not, there could be no doubt that the extraordinary experience of war had prepared him for death and let him reach a state of enlightenment. If we want to describe the mystical experience following all that as a meeting with a witch, that claim certainly shouldn't be dismissed out of hand. So he met Beatrice in the war. And in that war, I was down bad. That's the second time I've heard about that. Pick me! Pick me! She's here? Excuse me? When Kinzo called the witch's name, gold butterflies seethed out of every corner of the room. You got an infestation of moths. I need to call the exterminator now, damn it. This fantastical scene had an otherworldly beauty to it. It was like standing in the midst of a blizzard of golden flower petals being blown about a rose garden of gold. As Natsuki stared at the scene in shock, the gold butterflies gathered and formed a human shape. Then, the witch of the portrait appeared. The simping has started again. A little early, ain't it? A little early to start appearing in front of, like, Natsuki. I will say that at least Natsuki recognizes that this probably isn't really happening.
その傲慢を確かに実現してみせるのだ。わらわを支配できる者にはその王者の傲慢が必要だ。
わかるか。
So Kinzo's not good. Kinzo sucks at being able to make anything a reality.
超えられると公言する。その算段がなくともだ。だから弱者は希望を持つ。集い、あがめ、協力を誓う。そこに力が生まれ、有言は実行されるのだ。それを心に刻め。
はい、お父様。
Natsuki understood. Through this mystical experience, Kinzo was telling her how to prepare herself to overcome hardship, even after his own death. Feeling a warm sensation rise up in her chest, she let the valuable words Kinzo had given her echo through her mind over and over. A true monarch, in other words, the true head of the Ushiromiya family, must not fear hardship. Such a person must believe they can overcome any hardship. If they can't even believe it about themselves, then they'll have no chance of overcoming their challenges. She suddenly felt very ashamed of the way she'd entered this room, sobbing and asking Kinzo what to do.
私は愚かでした。後ろ宮家の一大事に泣き言を言う暇などあるわけもありません。そしてお父様から後ろ宮家を引き継いだ以上、私たちは何があってもその名誉を守り抜きます。
ほう、どうやってクラウスの借金を返済するか、その青写真も描けぬのにか。
Beatrice laughed unpleasantly. No, that wasn't it. She was testing Natsuki to see whether she possessed the mental readiness to be a true monarch. Natsuki wasn't confused anymore. She answered clearly, gazing into Beatrice's eyes.
はい。
はい。
今はどうすればいいのか、その方法をまだ見つけることはできません。しかし、私の夫は新しき後宮家の当主であり、私はそれを支える妻です。ですから、夫に代わり、私が宣言します。
聞こう。
後宮クラウスと夏日は、必ずやこの苦難を乗り越え、後宮家の名誉を守ってみせます。お父様にご心配をおかけすることはありません。
クラウスの借金の惨憺たる状況については知っておるな。
はい、この屋敷さえも明日には立ち退けと命じられても拒めぬという最悪の状況です。遺産分配となれば親族たちに刑事告発さえされるかもしれません。しかし心配には及びません。そうなる前に借金をすべて返済し、名誉を取り戻します。
As she stood at attention with a resolute attitude, Natsuki proclaimed this clearly with Ushiromiya Kinzo and Beatrice as witnesses, even though they aren't real. For a while, they remained silent as though weighing Natsuki's resolve. Then Kinzo chuckled and turned away. How interesting, you'd make a better head than Kinzo would.
なぜにこやつが我が息子ではなかった。
その資質を持つ女を息子がめとったことさえ。
I mean, she could still be the head of the family, can't she? Does it have to be a man? Granted, a man would probably go farther than a woman at this day and age.
最後の命令だ。
当主でないそなたの命令をもはや聞く義理はないぞ。
ならば新しき後宮家当主の命令に従う。
そなたはすでに当主でなく、クラウスは未だ当主ではない。わらわは誰に仕えよというのか。
お前にそれを委ねる。後宮家の当主を受け継ぐ資格があるかどうか、そして片翼のわしの紋章を背負うにふさわしいかどうか、お前が確かめるのだ。
断るぞ。当主でなき男の命令など聞けぬわ。
いや違うぞ。これは遺言である。当主が残したお前への最後の命令である。
ならば従わ にはいかぬか。わらわもつくづく付き合いがよい。
違うな。
ほう、
興味を持ったからであろうが。
つくづくそなたには隠し事ができんな。
夏
はい、お父様。
乗り越えてみん、この苦難を。
はい。
That might have seemed like a mere response to Nazi, but to Kinzo and Beatrice, it seemed to be something of more greater significance. Beatrice nodded deeply. With emotion as elegant as her dress, she bowed deeply before Natsuhi.
後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ、ここに後ろ宮家の苦難を再び乗り越えるため、そなたの力となろうぞ。
ありがとう。あなたの力が必要です。私たちは必ずこの苦難を乗り越えます。
そのために助力は惜しまぬが、先に断らねばならぬ。かつて金蔵の窮地を救ったように、そなたに再び莫大な黄金を与えれば、この度の苦難は解決することは分かっている。しかしそれはできぬのだ。
そうですか。
すま
I
ん。
kicked my chair on accident.
ベアトリーチェの黄金は私一代限りという契約なのだ。そしてそれを受け継ぐ
I was standing up, walking.
魔女の碑文を
I'm not used to sitting down for a long time again.
黄金は碑文にて封じられている。だからそれを解けぬ限り、
I'm tired of
そ
Cheez
なた
Its.
に黄金の魔法は与えられない。
I got to upgrade to a different snack.
ならば他の方法で
At
こ
some
の
point.
窮地を脱する方法を模索しましょう。主人は時間をかけるとは
Being silent because I'm trying to pay attention, but so far I don't even...
そのための時間を得ることができれば
I don't really care about this whole dialogue for the sole fact that Kenzo is not actually here, Beatrice is not actually here, Nazi is just seeing their souls, so they aren't really people.
そなたは親族たちにその連絡だ。そなたは自らその金策の猶予時間を終わらせる。
And they essentially, like, Nazis should be the head.
自ら刃を下ろす断頭台も愉快なものよ。
Startled, Natsuhi looked up at the ceiling. There wasn't actually anything there, but even so, Natsuhi had found something.
降りたか、魔力が。
夏決まったか。わらわに望む奇跡の魔法よ。
Wait, so Beatrice is serving Natsuhi? Is that what I got from that? Once again, all those who had witnessed Kinzo's corpse were gathered in the study. Kraus was still impatient, clutching at his head. Genji was as expressionless as ever. Nanjo and Kumasawa wore bewildered expressions on their faces. Bewildered? You mean this bewildered? Okay, yep, I gotta remember, I gotta click on Umineko, and then I can hit space. But in stark contrast to all of them, Natsuhi wore a resolute expression.
あなたにもう一度お尋ねします。金策は間違いないのですね。
Now let me ask you one more time, brother. Or maybe not, dude. Maybe it isn't, brother.
半年あれば必ず見れる計画なんだ。
Or maybe it won't, dude.
今すぐにはどうしても無理なんだ。
ならばそれを待ちましょう。
しかしお前も言ったぞ。親父はもう死んでしまった。
お父様はお亡くなりになどなっていませんよ。まだこうしてご健在であられます。
When Natsuhi said this, everyone jumped and looked up, because they instantly understood what those words meant. However, Kraus alone didn't get it right away and asked her.
それはどういう意味だね。
Yeah, what you mean?
親父はもう現にそこに。
返します。お父様は未だにご健在であられます。ご自身の研究がお忙しいので、これまで以上に書斎を出ることはできません。
Wow, Nazi with the plan? Damn!
お父様が研究に専念できるように
I didn't think Nazi came up with it. I thought Kraus did.
お父様に不要なお仕事が及ばないようにしなくてはなりません。つまりそれはこれまでと何ら変わらないということ、理解できていますね、源氏。
はい。片翼のわしの家具はこれからも親方様にお仕えいたします。
熊沢、そして南條先生、私の話は理解できましたね。
I was about to ask, how does Kanon know Kinzo's around? But Kanon's probably fucking spying on these people.
それでいいのかね。
It's Kanon. He spies on everybody.
お父様は確かに今日お亡くなりになったかもしれません。しかし今この場にいる私たち全員が信じることで、お父様を
With belief and love, magic can exist.
無理ですよ。
Kumasawa?
そんないくらなんでも。
解剖すれば死亡時期を特定される。不審がられることは避けられん。
お父様はお亡くなりにならないのですから、解剖などされる。
Yeah, no reason for an autopsy, especially if we fucking burn him. Of course, she wasn't planning to make it seem like Kinzo would live forever. The fake life given to Kinzo would only last until Kraus could repay his debts. Also, that's a good reason for them burning Kinzo every time. It's because then the time of death gets all fucked up. After that, Kinzo's soul would finally be able to rest in peace. Nanjo repeatedly said that the time of death would be discovered during the autopsy, but Natsuki kept saying that this wouldn't be a problem.
お父様は死亡届によってお亡くなりになるのではありません。
そうか。失踪届か。
After clapping his hands together, Kraus stood up, shaking his
そうで
fists.
す。借金が無事に返済でき、お父様にお休みいただける準備が整ったなら、その時にお父様の失踪を宣言します。
Rakajima's vast, uncultivated forest was the perfect place to stage a disappearance. One day, Kinzo would go out to the forest for a walk and never return. They would search for him without success and then be forced to report his disappearance.
失踪なら死体がなくても死亡届を出せる。
They fucking scheming, man!
隠せるということだ。どうだ、南條先生。これなら何の問題もない。
Doesn't it take like 7 years for them to say somebody's legally dead?
それで良いのですか、奥様。確かに私たちが黙って
And don't ask how I would know that.
お様がお亡くなりになられたのは秘密にできるかもしれません。
That sounded more suspicious if I just let it
どこでどう間違って誰か
go.
知られないとも。
熊沢、声が大きいです。お父様はあちらでお休み中なのですよ。起こしてしまわれるつもりですか？
Yeah, Kumasawa. It isn't a corpse. Kinzo is sleeping. As Natsuki said that, Kinzo lay quietly on the bed as though there was nothing at all odd about her words. It was way too bright.
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。そなたがどんな姿をしていたのか、そなたがどんな日々を謳歌していたのか。
She's raising Kinzo up from the dead! Once again, a storm of gold butterflies started to swirl, covering Kinzo's cold body. Then, after the butterflies exploded into fine gold powder and disappeared, just like those fairy tales that have been told over and over since long ago, Kinzo slowly opened his eyes and sat up.
お父様。
夏日、先に我が名誉のために断っておくぞ。私は生への執着からそなたにこれをそそのかしたのではない。
嘘つき。多少は予見していたであろうが。どうだ金蔵、体の方は。
悪
Oh, shut up, you. You're the one who brought me back.
大丈夫なのですか？
I don't want to be brought back.
大丈夫なのですか？
むしろ心地よい。これが死後の世界の感覚ならば、幽霊気取りも捨てたものではないぞ。
So again, what I'm seeing is just Natsuhi believing that Kraus is still alive, henceforth the magic is working.
故に葬儀は不要。そなたの苦難はこれにて解決だ。
ベアトリーチェ。
As Natsuhi tried to find words of gratitude amidst her confession, Beatrice waggled her pointer finger and spoke.
感謝の言葉はいらぬぞ。支配者は傲慢であればよい。わらわは頼みは聞かぬが、命令には従うのでな。
それでも言います。ありがとう。これで。
So wait, this is telling me that Beatrice was under Natsuhi's control the whole time.
私たちの仕事です。
しかし夏日、心せよ。確かに金蔵は蘇ったが、それは永遠ではない。我が魔力が続く限りである。半魔法の毒素により、魔法は破られてしまうかもしれぬことを心せよ。魔法の断りを正しく理解し、その維持に努める。わらわはそなたに奇跡を見せるが、それをつかみ、とどめるのは、そなたの役目。
無論です。あなたにもらったこの奇跡を私たちは決しておろそかにしません。
それでよい。なるほどな。主と畳は新しい方がいいというのは本当らしい。気に入った。わらわはそなたに仕えようぞ。後ろ宮夏日。我こそは後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師黄金の魔女ベアトリーチ。いつでも我が名を呼ぶがいい。さすれば現れ。
I got nothing to say, man. I'm ooh.
ありがとう。私は後ろ宮。
I don't know if I'm just paying attention or I'm just not used to streaming anymore. That's the end of the chapter? Oh shit, I thought it would go on longer. A proper mystery. The family conference of the previous year, October 5th, 1985. Back in time? Well, new chapter means I gotta, like, take a peek at something. I always just take a look real quick. Obviously, this needs to be on the main, the main man himself. And this should be on respect to Mammon for being, the, right-hand piece of shit with Ange. Tips, nothing. Grimoire, nothing. Alright, we're good. The rose garden was truly splendid this year. The roses were blooming like crazy as if competing with each other. In that rose garden, Kinzo, Kanon, and Natsuhi could be seen. So since this is the last year, I'm assuming this is actually Kinzo being alive and not fake. And not alive Kinzo, soul version Beatrice made. Boy Cannon, salute.
普段にも増して庭園が美しく保たれていますね。見事です。ありがとうございます。
今日という日でさえなかったなら、バラをめでながら紅茶を楽しむこともできただろうに。
Kinzo shrugged. Today was the family conference. When it came to the other siblings' businesses, none of the news had been good. On the contrary, those siblings probably planned to turn the conversation to the topic of Kinzo's remaining life, and hold a quiet feud over the inheritance. Oh, trust me, you and me know Kinzo, alright? These people are fucking insane.
確かに現実世 性のある計画のようです。ただ計画の規模がだいぶ大きいようで、なかなか思い通り。
Of course it's not. It's Kraus.
可能ならば今日の親族会議を迎える前に何とかしたかったものだが。
申し訳ございません。
良いのか金蔵。そんなところをのんびり散歩しておって。
He's perfectly fine. How'd she gotten up there? Well, it's fairly pointless to wonder about that sort of thing when you're dealing with a witch. Beatrice was casually sitting on the roof of the arbor, almost as though she had been basking in the sun.
半魔法の毒素の塊である親族どもが押しかけてくるのだぞ。
So now, can Canon and Natsuhi see you? Because Kin's already, like, believes that you're fucking around everywhere. So,
幸せになったら、その
I'm fine with Kinzo seeing you.
一瞬で蒸発してしまうぞ。
Now, if Natsuhi says something.
蒸発もまた小気味が良いという。
So he's dead?
そういうわけには参りません。どうか後宮家のためにもうしばらくお力をお貸しください。
Wait, when is this?
親族どもの乗った船がこちらへ向かったようだぞ。そろそろ散歩は終わりにした方がよかろうな。
そうですか。ありがとう。
Okay, so I'm assuming he's already dead at this point then.
やれやれ、この絶好の日和なのにな。残念。
And that means if he's already dead, he can't walk around because the magic will go away because of everybody. And all the toxins spewing in the air. And it'll just disappear. Because Natsuhi can't believe anymore.
死してなおバラをめでる機会を与えられただけでも幸運とするほか。
So, Kinzo's been dead for like a year now.
書斎へ戻ろう。だが紅茶はもらいたい。カノ、源氏に紅茶を届けるように。
So Canon also knows. So all the servants know.
マルコ・ポーロでももらおう。
Marco Polo, tell me what do you know?
では解散。
That's a song reference.
夏日
Separate, wait, here we are?
抜きで
Journey?
親族会議を
Another song reference.
もちろんですお父様。彼らの前で名乗ることはできませんが、主人はすでに後宮家当主。私もその妻として恥ずかしくないよう微力を尽くします。
朝から胃痛を起こしているクラウスに比べ夏日はなんと落ち着いた。
How are you not the head of the... Natsuhi's the technical head.
主人にも主人の才能があります。
That's why he said you got the one-winged eagle in your heart.
私は妻なの
Because he was already buttering her up.
しっかりやれ。私は茶番の邪魔にならない。おとなしく閉じこもっているとしよう。
カノン、お父様を書斎までお連れしなさい。それから源氏に紅茶の手配を。
肩を借りるほど猛録しておらぬわ。
Here I go. Oh, shit. Refuting Canon's attempt to lend him a hand, Kinzo rose from the... whatever the fuck that said. Rose from the flower bed he had been sitting on. Their tired head left everything in Natsuhi's hands and returned to the study at a gentle pace.
様になっているぞ。
Oh, I'm always well.
心臓の亡き妻にも似た貫禄があるな。
万一お父様が半魔法の毒素にやられたら、魔法は瞬時に解けてしまうのですか？
うん。瞬く間だ。わらわは姿を消せばよい。
And that's why Kinzo disappeared in the first game, technically, is because Ava appeared, and the toxin of her made him disappear.
用心せよ。
わかっています。
そなたには魔女の才能があるかもしれない。
So bam, Kinzo problem solved. He's just always fucking dead, and the magic resisting toxin makes it so that he stays dead. Because apparently that's a thing that matters.
そなたは今頃偉大なる魔女だったかもしれぬ。
私は後宮クラウスの妻で当主夫人です。名誉を守るためならば魔女にも鬼にもなりましょう。あなたの魔法の力には深く感謝します。後宮家の名誉はあなたの力なくして守れませんでした。
その話は機会を改めよう。その際はぜひ女同士二人きりでのんびり紅茶を楽しみたいものだね。
スリランカに行った友人がバラの香りの素敵な紅茶を送ってくれました。
Fucking Sri Lanka.
ディンブラか。
WWE's been blocking me from getting viewed over there.
チャウケはパティスが良いぞ。この度の親族会議が無事にごまかし
Pattis. Gotta get that Pattis with that dimbula.
約束であるぞ。
わかりました。約束しましょう。では、後ほど。
後ほどな。
Not till he done became friends with Beatrice. The witch made her body crumble into the rustling winds, became gold flower petals, and scattered into thin air. Not till he watched her go, then turned on her heels and headed for the mansion. And then there was none left in the rose garden. There were none left in the rose garden. Hi. Break time! Not really, no.
何もないわよ。おしっこしたいならさっさと行ってくれば。
Yeah, why not just go piss? Go piss right now. Yeah, Kinzo's already dead. Got that. Nah, Natsu already kind of knows it's an illusion type soul deal. How do people see ghosts? It's the same thing then. Ghosts aren't magic, but you can still see ghosts. I'll believe in ghosts more than I believe in magic at this point.
もしそれがベアとの真似のつもりならば、不愉快だから即刻やめろ。
Man, he'd be really horny for Beatrice.
それでほらほら、バトはどう答えてみせるわけ？こうして金蔵がカッポしていることを、いつものゲームみたいに頭を抱えて、こんなのわけわかんねえよって泣き言聞かせてよ。そして全然ダメだぜってお約束の口癖で、お得意のとんでもでぜひ反応を聞かせてよ。
Look, I'm too big brain now for that. I'm actually paying attention now.
集団妄想を見せる未知のウイルス。
Because of Mr. John Smith.
六軒島だけに住む謎の蝶の人糞に
It's now not the one guy moment, it's the John Smith moment. Okay, I didn't sign up for a fucking paragraph. Mountain dogs. I could wait for 5 seconds, I got a damn novel to read.
こんなのは問題にもならない。
Grandfather is dead at this point in time. There's no way he exists.
それを存在するかのように振る舞っているのは、なんとかじい様の死を隠して、親族会議を
Yeah,
ごまかしきろうと
she believes that he's alive, so of course she's gonna see him as alive.
夏日の嘘。嘘をつくと死者が蘇るの？
Well, she can.
で夏日の魔法じゃないの？
Well, nobody else has seen him.
この世界はブラウン化を除く前の世界、開く前の猫箱の世界だ。夏日おばさんがじい様と一緒に散歩したと語り、
Yeah.
誰にもそれが
the
嘘
fuck?
だと確認でき
Am I that dumb that I couldn't understand something as simple as that?
バラ庭園を散歩したことは、夏日おばさんの事実として
Holy fuck. I'm stupid.
じい様が現れることができる。
That extremely unflattering applause is coming from Bernkastel. How dumb am I?
ブラボー。あなた、ベアトがいないと冷静なのね。
Oh no. Maybe that's the same with me. Maybe Beto just brought out my primal emotions.
ご考説によるなら、夏日しかいない場所には金像が現れることは確かに可能かもしれない。夏日しかいない世界で、夏日が金像を観測したと主張し、
If you talk about canon, Canon was told to believe in it. Canon was told to act like it.
彼も金像を見てる？
That one's easy.
説明する。
Canon was told to act like Kinzo was still alive.
問題ないな。カノン君は後宮家に雇われている使用人だ。夏日おばさんにじい様の死を隠すために口裏を合わせるように命令されてるはずさ。だから夏日おばさんと同じように存在しないはずのじい様を見ることができる。
Ah, speechless, huh, motherfucker? Get the fuck out of here. Leave.
もうバトラはその程度の子供
You better leave now. I ain't dealing with no kitty shit. I ain't dealing with no kitty shit anymore. I upgraded my firmware.
飲み屋のお通し寿司屋の緑茶
うるせえ。青字で言い直さなきゃ先に進めねえのか。
そうね。一応もらえる？
じい様がすでに死んでいるにもかかわらず、何事もなかったかのようにカッポしているのは、じい様が生きていると思わせたい連中が生み出している幻想だからだ。同じ思惑を持つ人間たちはその幻想を共有できる。そしてあたかもじい様が存在し、ついさっきまで一緒だったかのように語る。だからさも当然のようにカッポしているんだ。よって夏日おばさんに組みしていない人間の前にじい様の幻想が現れることはできない。だからこそ書斎に閉じこもって出てこないという設定が必要になるんだ。
In games before now, Grandfather's always locked himself up in a study. We never met him directly. Except for the 4th game. But that was when Beatrice just went, fuck it, here you go. However, some people said things that made us think he was locked up in a study in a bad mood, such as claiming to have met him only a short while ago. We blindly accepted their statements and believed that Grandfather was in the study. That's why it was possible for an illusion of Grandfather to exist in the study. That's right, in the games before now, the only people who have met Grandfather were Uncle Kraus, Aunt Natsuhi, and the servants. Because they were all stuck to the same story, an illusion of Grandfather is able to exist on this island, making it seem like he was alive.
ご丁寧にもお前のゲームの冒頭でじい様の死を隠すために夏日おばさんが南條先生たちを言いくるめるシーンまで見せてくれたじゃねえか。今さらこんな子供騙しには引っかからねえぜ。
やるじゃない。未知の薬物プルプルピコピヨとか期待してたのに。
Huh?
そんな妄言口にするわけ
I don't understand, Lambda.
だってその存在を仮定することは
Adult?
ファンタジーに屈したのと全く同じだもの。ウイルスだろうと薬物だろうと病気だろうと未知の要素である限り
Oh, Nox's 4th commandment. It has to be known by mankind slash society.
第4条って何の話？
I'm assuming that's what they're getting at. It can't be like an undisclosed element.
未知の薬物および難解な化学装置の使用を禁止。殺人にこれを用いてはならないという規則
Somebody needs to talk to fucking Sherlock Holmes then, because I guarantee you they pulled out some shit.
未知の化学装置 X は魔女と戦う上での一番の武器だろうが。
それ全部正式なミステリーでは違反だから。未知のウイルス未知の薬物
Well, fuck the rules of a proper mystery. I want my mystery to fucking go down crazy style.
ご愁傷様。それがあなたの推理だったなら
I want some crazy shit going on in my fucking books, man. Like the Talisman. You got a fucking guy drinking a potion to go back and forth. He meets a guy named Wolf, and Wolf is the best character.
ベアトと真正面から戦ってきたつもりでいる。でもね、本当は違うのよ。真正面じゃ
あなたがしてた推理ごっこはファンタジー対ミステリーじゃない。ファンタジー対アンチファンタジーでしかないのよ。
何を言ってやがるのかさっぱりわからねえぜ。だが一つだけわかることがある。俺のこれまでの戦い方にケチをつけたいらしいってことだ。
私たちは魔女幻想というファンタジーを殺すために戦ってるのよ。
She do be kind of roasting you.
この物語を正式なミステリーで解釈するということ。つまりミステリーの禁忌に触れるすべての要素は初めから無視して書かれということ。
Let me know all of them right now.
無視だと。
例えばこれまでのゲームで何度も密室殺人があったでしょ。
ああ。
あなたはベアトとその度に犯行現場で隠し扉が存在しないかどうか随分と熱心に確認していたわね。まるでそれ自体が戦いであるかのように赤き真実を織り交ぜてガキンガキンと派手に。あれ、私に言わせると時間の無駄だって。ノックス第3条で明記されてるんだもの。秘密の通路の存在を禁ず。
Okay, Nox sounds like he doesn't have a good fucking
秘
time.
密の通路はあっちゃいけないの。
This motherfucker doesn't know good books or good mystery stories. Fuck Nox, man. He ain't good.
隠し扉があるのかどうかなんて論争初めからしたら負けなのよ。だってないんだから。存在するかもしれないと疑う時点でもうゲームオーバー。つまり犯行現場に隠し扉が存在しないことが証明されてないから推理できないなんて。甘ったれたあなたはミステリー失格。その時点でゲームオーバー。ミステリーで解釈する戦いをしてるつもりだったんでしょ。ならミステリーのお約束にちゃんと従わなきゃ。
Yeah, fuck Ronald Knox, man. Fuck him. He don't know good fun.
そういうことね。すべての
Ten Commandments. That's blasphemous as shit, motherfucker. And I don't appreciate that.
だからその存在を確かめる行為はすべて時間の無駄ってわけ。
お前が言ってるのはあれだろ。どこかで聞いたな。推理小説の条件10箇条みたいなやつだったか。
ええ、そうよ。
I'm breaking every rule. If I write a mystery novel, I'm breaking every rule.
くさびよ。それこそが魔女幻想というファンタジーと真正面から戦い打ち破るための正しい武器。さすがベルね。
I'm breaking every rule known to man.
ファンタジーの大敵だわ。
犯行現場を調べもせずに隠し扉の存在を初めから否定できるなんて。俺にはそれこそファンタジーだぜ。
魔女側を受け持つラムダはファンタジー。それと戦う私はミステリー。あなたはただファンタジーを否定して交わし続けるのがやっとのアンチファンタジー。何から何まで反対だけど対案は一つも出せない。あなたどっかの国の政治家みたいね。
What are you trying to mention? Fucking America, huh? Huh? You making fun of us? You making fun of us, boy? I'll slap you down with a pile of steak and run you over with my John Deere tractor at the same time. And then we're gonna feast on a squirrel, and we're gonna listen to Skid Row, Slackjaw, and Hardy. When he turned around, he saw Beato's living corpse resting in a chair. However, sweat glistened all over her body, and it felt like she was breathing a little harder than normal. She looked as though she was suffering from a high fever.
ベアト、どうしたんだ。大丈夫か。
大丈夫かって。あんたおかしなこと言うのね。その子を殺すためにあんたは戦ってるんでしょうが。
Yeah, but I mean, if I'm trying to fight a dude, and that dude is stuck in a wheelchair after a big fight, and I still want to kill him, I'm not gonna kill a fucking dude in a wheelchair. I'm waiting until I at least can stand up. Potentially. I probably would kill the guy in the wheelchair. I tried to at least wipe away the sweat on Beto's forehead with a handkerchief. It's true I promised Beto that I'd let her die. But it was supposed to happen peacefully. I wasn't planning to make her suffer first. My goal isn't to make the sleeping Beto suffer like this before killing her. As if they had seen right through to my mixed feelings, the two witches grinned. Well, that's the only way to do it. She's gonna write up the strangest will in the world, and it's gonna. The relatives took a deep breath and fell silent. He's gonna write up the weirdest will, and it's gonna be to Beatrice, only Beatrice, and Maria, maybe this other person. Oh, throw everything else into the ocean, please, including my house and the island. In fact, you're all just gonna die. I'm gonna drown us all on the island. Screw you. Natsuki was sitting on a bench in the rose garden, looking completely worn out. However, when she noticed that Ken and Kumasawa were coming back, she immediately sat up straight, regaining the dignity of the head's wife. Existing. Probably vomiting. Because he drank too much. He's a fucking partier. Since the previous day, Kraus had been almost overwhelmed by anxiety over the thought that Kinzo's death might be discovered. When the family conference ended, his weariness must have suddenly gotten a hold of him. However, the way he had refused to let even a sliver of his true intentions slip out, and the manner in which he had managed to act as though everything was normal, showed that Kraus's nerve was nothing to sneeze at. I just sneezed at his nerve. How do you like them apples, baby? They did Ruckus. Uncle Ruckus? Can't pull any clip of him because he be speaking. He is one man I would not let cook. If you get my meaning.
手厳しゅうございますよ、奥様。
本当にご苦労でした。お前たちと源氏とシャノンには約束通り過去1ヶ月分の休暇の買い上げと新たに5日の有給を与えます。秘密の手当ですよ。取得に際しては源氏と相談し、他の使用人たちに気取られないように。
Man, she fucking scheming. She embezzling? Even though that's not what that means? Hey, my contract says favored nations. I get just as much money as them.
そうですね。この話はこれまでとします。各自通常のお勤めに戻るように。そうそう。ゴーダに特別にお茶の用意をさせました。いただくように。
Natsuki let them know she wanted to be left alone for a while, so she could drink some black tea in the rose garden. The black tea that had been carried all the way to the bench was the Sri Lankan tea dimbala that she had promised Beetle along with some patis. Sitting on either side of the snack, staring at it curiously, the wife of the head and her witch could be seen. Patis. Patis. Apparently, Natsuki, not realizing that it had curry-like spicy flavor, had started choking after putting it in her mouth. To describe it in Japanese terms, it was like fried dumplings stuffed with mashed curry-flavored potatoes. As a household dish, it would probably be pretty popular with the kids. However, it was something of a shock to Natsuki, who expected that a treat to go with tea would be sweet. Didn't you know, in that Sri Lanka, they fucking rip your asshole a new one. Oh wow, who knew the Chinese tea goes with the Chinese food? You know, I've never had tea. I drink water, and that's it. Sometimes fruit punch. I'm a man of taste. Kraus might have pitied Natsuki, or he might have wanted to take her away from the rigid Ushiromiya family for a little bit and let her rest. Or he might simply have wanted to take his wife around countries he knew well to show off everything he knew. I don't think, depending on what Korea you're going to, I don't think they would like you that much. But what about Africa? Beto suddenly peered into Natsuki's heart as the latter grumbled that the trips had all been very tiring. Oh, I should have done that. Oh, I should have done that. Disgusting. Wait, no, stop. I did something stupid. I sniffed it and then acted like oh fuck, I got snot in my mouth. Huh. Well, that was unplanned. And that's the areca nut. It's where you go, which when you nut, you go, areca. It looked like a small, round, gourd-like nut that had been smashed with cucumber wedged in it. At a glance, it looked as though it would probably taste like pickles. Why? Okay. Oh, yeah. As she tried to bite the one her husband was holding, he suddenly moved it away. It felt kind of embarrassing, like she was a fish after some bait.
林道には食べ方がある。確かにかじるのは楽しい。かじる。もぐもぐと噛む。しかし食べてはならない。
かじって噛むのに食べてはならないのですか？
It's poisonous.
かじって噛む。食べてはならん。
Don't swallow.
そして汁も飲んではならん。よい食べるかな。
わかりません。
And then you spit.
どうしてそんなものを食べなければならないのです？
ガムのようなものと思え。噛んで味を楽しむ。噛んだくずと汁はこうして紙コップに吐き出す。
あなた、お口の中が真っ赤ですよ。拭いて拭いて。
Eee! Even her favorite handkerchief, which she had wiped Krause's mouth with, had bright red marks on it. Something that's poisonous if eaten or drunk, and it makes the inside of your mouth so bright red. And having to spit something out after you put it in your mouth, how indecent! Thinking this, Nazi adamantly refused Krause's invitation.
嫌です嫌です。結構です結構です。
こういうのは異文化体験だぞ。
Hey, eat it, bitch!
ここでしかできない体験をしなければ旅行の意味がない。こいつは親父殿。
Krause continued to eat it, even though his lips were turning bright red.
昔は取り寄せたのか、屋敷のテラスでももぐもぐやって。
And would spit him out over the ledge like he was in the south, spitting over the patio into the spittoon daddy.
君が私よりも尊敬する親父殿も愛用していたんだぞ。ほらほら、遠慮なく試したまえ。
いやいや、やめてやめて、あなた。
During travel, Krause had the innocence of a child. He didn't even conceal his jealousy of the respect Natsuki normally gave Kinzo. Just being able to see that side of her husband made traveling all the way to another country worthwhile. Krause urged her even harder to bite it, but Natsuki, undaunted, ran from place to place and finally yelled that he was being too pushy. Krause was miffed the whole bus ride. What a child to let a little thing like this get him down, Natsuki thought exasperately. Then a native tour guide in the bus took out one of those areca nuts and started explaining about it. It had apparently been a beloved luxury item in these parts since ancient times, similar to tobacco. Just like in Natsuki's case, it was starting to be disliked by young people, it was becoming obsolete. Furthermore, it was treated as a good luck charm in this area, and was known as a symbol for couples. She looked at her husband's face. He turned away abruptly, but it looked like his cheeks had gotten a little red. Oh, he was being romantical. He wanted you to kiss him on his hot mouth.
夫の肩に身を委ねて手なんか握っちゃったりしたわけか。なんだ、そなたら夫婦結構純愛ではないか。燃え上がっちゃったであろう。その晩とか。
Oh, yeah, Beatrice, you know what I'm talking about. Red-faced and avoiding Bito's eyes, Natsuki tried to hide her embarrassment by swallowing the pétis whole, chewing with her cheeks puffed out like a blowfish. Bito said, "Yep, this is the best snack anyone could have with tea," and nodded several times, a broad smile on her face. Best snack you could have with tea, something that's gonna make you shit your guts out in 5 minutes.
それも新婚の頃の話です。今は六軒島を出ることもできぬカゴの鳥ですよ。
それを言うならわらわも
I was about to say, Beatrice knows exactly what the fuck you're talking about.
六軒島よりは逃げられぬ。カゴの鳥はわらわも同じだ。
あなたのことは知りませんし、詮索もしません。しかし、軽んじでの境遇であったことは察します。
老名主を気取るつもりもないわ。同じカゴの鳥同士、せいぜい仲良くしようぞ。わらわはそなたを気に入ったぞ。
そうですか。ありがとう。
この度の親族会議における使用人たちへの指示や采配は見事であった。金蔵が何時にどこにいて、何をして何を残したか、それらを見事に共有させ、矛盾なく組み上げた。それらの緻密な計画書は高度な魔法陣のそれと同じ美しさがあったぞ。
To make it look like Kinzo actually existed and was living life his own way, she had written his schedule for the day down to the finest detail and made the servants follow it to the letter. When did he meet whom and where, and what did he leave them? When did he do what and where, and what changed? As a result, even though the relatives never saw Kinzo even once, they hadn't suspected in the slightest that he hadn't been there. Ava and the rest truly believed that Kinzo had just happened to be walking through the hall when he heard them talking about the inheritance and went into a rage. Everything had gone just as Natsuki's plan had predicted, down to the finest detail, and the cooperation by the servants had also worked smoothly down to the finest detail.
万一にも知られるわけにはいかぬ秘密ですね。念入りに策を練りましたから。
その緻密さと意志が絶対の成
This is essentially saying, Natsuki, you should be the head. And that's why she killed everybody!
それを魔法と自覚したならば、いつでも魔女見習いを名乗れるレベルだ。
それを魔法と呼ぶなら、熊沢あたりは差し詰め、仮病の魔女ですね。忙しい日に限って腰痛で休むと連絡があります。毎年、親族会議の日にはいつもです。
ああ、熊沢は違う違う。もっともっと高位の魔女であるぞ。正体知ったら驚くぞ。
Oh my god, she brought it up again! Watching these two have their pleasant chat was another pair with steam rising from their black tea. However, this second pair was in a world that the first couldn't see, where golden roses bloomed.
ロノレが気を利かせて同じディンブラとかいう紅茶を入れてくれたぜ。
Beatrice, come back to me! It felt as though Beto muttered something. For the first time, it felt as though something had gotten through to her. Surely she had taken an interest in the black tea and felt like drinking it. Thinking this, Battler took Beto's cup in her hand, making her hold the cup. Oh shit. Beto's eyes trembled sadly and her fingers shook, almost as though she couldn't even move her fingers as she wanted to, and was mourning the fact that she could no longer enjoy the tea she had once loved by her own power. That's how she looked. So Battler put his hand on Beto's, grabbed hold of the tea cup, and lifted it to her lips. Then, there was only a single mouthful. Beto sipped. The days they had been locked in a killing fest with red swords and blue wedges. The fuck does a blue wedge look like? I get the red sword, but a blue wedge? Already seemed like the distant past. Now, not only was Beto unable to do that, it was even difficult for her to make her body do as she pleased. Even just drinking a mouthful of black tea like this was hard. Still don't like the hair.
バラの匂いが素敵な紅茶だよね。口に合うか。
Of course, Beto didn't respond.
どうしちまったんだ。これもまた
If this is another strategy, I don't think it is, but I would love it if it was. I would go insane for it.
それが狙いならもう二度と私には
I'd throw my chair.
加減にしろ。お前がそんなざまじゃこっちも調子が狂うんだよ。なあ、
Speak to me!
そろそろ引っかかったなバーカってバカ笑いしてくれよ。どんなネタもあまり引っ張りすぎると
We need you, Beatrice! We need you! The views will not be the same!
笑ってくれ。あそこで夏日おばさん
I need my rival!
笑ってるみたいに。
That's a lot of dots. I don't think you needed all that. I need you, Beatrice, to look in my face, laugh at me, and call me an idiot.
その子が笑うことはもう二度と。
Huh? The sudden words were exceedingly cruel.
どうして二度となんて言える。ベアトの笑う権利を勝手に奪うな。
あら、赤で言った方が。
Don't break my heart. I shook my head furiously. Then, with an expression that didn't reveal her thoughts in the slightest, Bernkestel spoke while looking at Beto's face, and the word she used was completely incomprehensible to me.
おめでとう。
何がだ。
She technically finally died, I guess?
そのざまなのはあなたが勝ったからこその結果だから。
She wanted you to win, so yeah?
何を
I guess.
あなたはかつてのゲームで言ったわ。これは互いを苛む永遠の拷問だとね。そうよ。ベアトに
Man, that was like first episode.
そしてその拷問ゲームにあなたは勝ったのよ。だからベアトの魂
I literally just read that like earlier today,
同然の屍に
where they're like, we'll torment each other.
俺がベアトを殺したか。
That was like the tea party or something.
勝敗は
Or maybe that was the start of episode 2. It was something.
勝とうとする意志がくじけた時に決まる。あなたとベアとの戦いという意味においてはすでに前回決着がついていたのよ。まああなたにとっては預かり知れぬうちにだろうけれども。
なら俺の勝利なのにどうしてゲームが終わらない。
Because she's not dead yet. You're supposed to kill her.
その子の足首についてる足かせラムダが施したルールなのよ。
Even if Beatrice tried to yield or gets discouraged or gives up, she isn't capable of stepping down from the game. That's the rule. Or maybe it's a curse.
かつてあなたが屈しそうになった時私はあなたをサポートしたわ。あなたには知覚できないだろうけどあなたにとって有利な展開とヒントが与えられるように。
How? A lot of things did not go my way, specifically. Battler, I have no idea, but definitely not my way.
覚えてる？私に助けられた。
No, explain to me how you saved me. I honestly do not fucking remember any of them. Bernkestel stared at me. It's true I wasn't aware of it, but just maybe. I was saved by her.
同じようにラムダはベアトをサポートしてるわ。そして今度はベアトが屈しようとしている。だから今度はラムダが屈しないようにサポートしたわ。それが足かせ。投了を許さないことによってベアトをゲーム上救ったわ。
何をどう救ったってんだ。
Death?
本来ゲームは2つの終わり方があった。どちらかが負けを認めて投了するか、どちらかがチェックメイトでゲームに勝つか。ベアトはその前者に抵触しかけた。だからラムダはそれを潰し敗北をギリギリのところで回避したの。ゲーム上は立派なサポートだわ。
So the only way this game can end now is if I win. At the very least, until I do win. The switch called Lambda Delta can probably try to buy time for Beto to make a comeback. But that'll just prolong Beto's suffering even more. Neither of us want that. Both Bito and I fought with all we had trying to win. The game repeated several times because we were both giving it everything we could muster. Then that one time, we confronted each other head on with all of our strength, and Bito acknowledged her loss. She said she wanted me to end this game and trusted everything to me. So Bernkestel's words are the truth. She said it's my fault Bito's become a living corpse. That's true, but it's something both of us wanted. Stop pausing and then speaking again, please. I don't know when to hit this A button. Now that the game's been resolved, letting it continue any further means endless torture for Bito. Nothing more than a nightmare. I've got to give her a perfect checkmate, end this game in the truest sense, and let her rest in peace. For that reason, I'll keep fighting. But by continuing the game, Bito's eternal torture would continue. It felt as though I could only let her sleep peacefully by slowly strangling her to death. Well, Battler, if that's the only way... we could just start? If only Lambda Delta hadn't placed the curse of that shackle on her, this battle would be over already. That's why I found it detestable. This game, which I can't finish without tormenting Bito more, is detestable. Well, I didn't want her to fucking be in pain for 20,000 years. I want a slow, painless death. A fast, painless death. That's right. I have to return for Ange's sake as well. I know this isn't the time to start feeling compassion for Bito. Yeah, I got you. Even though Bito was right there, Bernkestel spoke without holding back. Yeah, I got it. I'm supposed to kill her. Well, first of all, I'm not tearing one of my fucking fingernails out. And second of all, it doesn't matter how fast I go. It's gonna fucking hurt like a bitch. Any one of you rip out your fucking fingernail? On purpose? Just grab it when... Okay, yeah, I kind of knew that one. I knew that. I knew that. I mean, that made sense. That red truth kind of didn't need to be made. I'm gonna be honest. Holy shit. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna let it run through. Unless this game is resolved, you will never be released. Motherfucker, I can't even be released from it. Y'all pulled me back in. I thought I was out. I got pulled back in. Little did I know this was referencing me too. Damn. I'm scrolling all the way up. Shut up. Look how much I can scroll. I'm scrolling back down. I'm not gonna scroll all the way. That's a lot of text. I wish I could just go,
このゲームに決着
but
を
I
つけない
can't, because it just clicks
限り
these
あなた
fucking
が解
things.
放される私も
Little did I know that that fucking line meant me too. Damn.
俺はゲームを捨てない。ベアトとの戦いの責任を放棄しない。
目的が同じで嬉しいわ。そしてそれは躊躇なくその子を殺せるということよね。
I like how we're calling her a child when she looks more grown up than you, Burn. Alright? I have no way of knowing whether those words eased her pain or hurt her, but I can tell by the dull tingling in my chest that I sure believe I've hurt her. I have no way of knowing what the silent Beetle feels. If I think I've hurt her, does that mean she's actually been hurt? And if I didn't think I'd hurt her, would that mean no one's gotten hurt because of me? Oh, we're back.
あそこで夏日とお茶を飲んでるベアトだけど
Yeah, what about her?
大丈夫よね。
ああ、大丈夫だ。
金蔵の時と同じよ。ベアトリーチェなんてそう
Yeah.
あれは魔女の力を借りて危機を乗り越える妙案を思いついたと信じる夏日が
Essentially, yes.
偽りの魔女元素。
I didn't think I would have to explain Beatrice because no one brought it up yet.
ゲームマスターであり物語の語り手であるラムダデルタが
Wait, so Lame to Delta and the one telling the story are not the same?
夏日に対し一辺の愛も持たずに凝視できたならそんな幻想が見えたりはしないだから私の目には夏日が一人ぼっちで黙々と紅茶を飲んでるようにしか見えない
So this whole time, without love, it cannot be seen. Because love is lacking, it cannot be seen.
夏日が見せている妄想
Holy shit. The fuck, man? This game just fucked me up. That's what it meant? By I assumed it was magic, but I didn't assume it was the illusions of the fucking characters existing. And the only reason why I'm seeing it is because I'm seeing it from Badler's / Beatrice's perspective. And of course there's love there, because Beatrice is the one fucking doing it, and of course it's all the family. And it doesn't, and for group scenarios, like when there was all those goats attacking Nanjo and the people in the prison, it doesn't matter who saw them. All I know is that Badler at least loved Kairi and Kraus enough to fucking see them. I guess. So I guess Badler's sin is not he doesn't have love or true love. That just denied it here because he can see Beatrice, which if you don't have love, you wouldn't be able to fucking see her. That was fucking stupid. I'm gonna be honest. That wouldn't have crossed my mind in like a million years. That the only reason why we're seeing all this shit is because Badler loves the person. Loves one of the people involved. That wouldn't have crossed my fucking mind in a decade.
あそこにベアトリーチェなど存在しない
Oh yeah, son. I don't understand shit this game's pouring out. But it was a small voice that made it sound like she was in pain. What? The thorn of Bernkestel's truth had stabbed into her chest.
そうだ。お前の推理は正しいと思うぞ。だが、それをベアトの前で口にするな。
どこで口にしたって同じよここはベアトの世界なんだから
あとは、こいつを擁護するわけじゃねえが、夏日おばさんが本当に未知の人物 X、ベアトリーチェと名乗る人物
I mean, yeah, but still, that's kind of...
この光景は1年前のものだろう。この日の島の人数が赤き真実で示されてるわけじゃない。
そうねこの日の六軒島の人数についてはラ
which doesn't really matter.
夏日おばさんが本当にベアトリーチェと名乗る女とお茶を飲んだと主張する
Paddler, why are you digging yourself into a hole, my guy?
否定できないようにお前だって俺の説を否定できないんだだからそこにいるベアトが幻想だと断じることもできないぜ
ああ、猫ばこりん。
Yeah, Schrodinger's
ベアトには通用したかもしれない。
genitalia.
私には通じないわ。
どうして
だって夏日はそこで一人ぼっちで紅茶を飲んでる。
Oh, well, that answers it real quick. Beato's not there. There's a violent sound of glass breaking, and the Beato who laughed happily and cracked jokes about Natsu's newlywed years was erased. A lonely wind blew, and the one person who remained on the bench drinking tea with a tired expression was Aunt Natsuhi all by herself. She's leaking. I think it's that time of the month. Beato groaned, seeing clearly that she was in anguish. Another illusion of the witch had been smashed, drawing Beato towards death. In short, this is what the battle to let Beato rest in peace is all about. A second ago, Bernkastel likened our fight to the torture of tearing fingernails out. If I have to tear them out anyway, then my last bit of compassion towards Beato should be to minimize that pain. In other words, even if I want to minimize her pain, I still have to cause it. I have to accept that look of anguish on her face. And at the same time, I realized what a merciless thing the Red Truth was. Right now in this rose garden, there's no one except Aunt Natsuhi. In other words, there are no observers except for Aunt Natsuhi. So if that lone observer were to say that she had some tea with Beato, no one could be able to refute that. If there's something no one can deny, doesn't that mean it's truth? Aunt Natsuhi is enjoying the roses and drinking tea together with Beato. How could anyone have the right to mercilessly trample that pleasant moment?
赤き真実は
I fucking hate myself, just so you know. Just for the sole fact that I just didn't give enough thought on fucking anything.
ニダリに使うな刃物は使うべき時に
Literally everything can be explained away now by saying the one person who saw it didn't actually see it. True enough, Aunt Natsuhi wasn't really drinking tea with the witch. We were saying that with the Red Truth probably has nothing to do with our game. Our game is the tale of October 1986. The 2 days of the crime give us more than enough time to injure each other, with our red and blue blades glistening.
これは魔女幻想じゃない夏日おばさんのプライバシーだそれを暴く権利なんて誰にもあるものか
I think they're mainly
魔女が実在して夏日とお茶を飲んで
just proving that Kinzo was dead.
あなた魔女を否定するんじゃなかったの。
1986年10月4日から5日の2日間のゲームについてはなだがそのゲーム版の外についてまで俺は魔女の存在を問うつもりはねえぜそもそも悪魔の証明により魔女の否定は不可能だそしてこのゲームのルールに従い赤でそれを語るのもステイルメイトで禁じ手だ赤き真実でさえ魔女の存在を否定はできねえんだぜ
確かにまさかあなたに魔女の存在を語られるとはね。さすがラマだ。バトラーも人間犯人説と魔女がいてもいいという気持ちのうまいこと中間に引っ張り出してきたわ。
Well, I mean, it wouldn't as long as I get to see Beatrice in real life.
本当に長けている。私ももっと
Just so I can beat her down and show her that I'm the true champion, not her.
消えろこれは俺とベアとのゲームだお前たちに私はしない
嫌よ。
何
だって私もこのゲーム楽しんでるんだもの。
Better laugh. It doesn't sound like... Bernkastel disappeared, leaving only that unpleasant laughing sound, I assume it said. Oh, unpleasant laugh behind. Oh well, similar. After that, all that remained was Natsuki sipping tea all alone. Bito, her hand still on the teacup as she stared blankly at the surface of the liquid. And me.
ベルンカステルにラムダデルタか
They're pieces of shit, aren't they?
お前の友人と言ってたがお前友人は選ぶべきだったないやむしろ性悪なお前にはお似合いなのか
Bito didn't answer. Badler took Bito's hand, made her hold the cup again, and brought it to her lips. Bito made a quiet sound in her throat and drank another gulp. It's like he's taking care of a person in a wheelchair. That Natsuki's lonely tea time ended. That truth, which was Natsuki's alone and observed by no one else, had been defiled. Natsuki's world, surely. That tea party, which had been peaceful despite her annoyance at Bito for making fun of her too much, came to an end, and the two of them parted ways. However, in Natsuki's exposed truth, she was all alone. Natsuki tottered away. On the bench, only a single person's cup remained. Is that the end? Wow, 2 chapters? Damn. We're going through kind of fast. Compared to the other shit. Locked room barrier. Hello, banana phone. That fucking sucked. That was a terrible joke. I am sorry. If I hit fucking Nazi. Back to Badler. Alright. Wait, no, I didn't check something. The Grimmy. The Grimmy is good. After dashing to her bedroom, Jessica answered the phone call that had been transferred there.
あーもしもし
Yellow.
お待たせバートラー6年も音沙汰なしとはどういうつもりだ久しぶりだなおそうなのか
Badler calling?
知るかよそんなのうぜえぜあじゃあ今年の親族会議はちゃんと来るわけだろ6年ぶりだな
Badler calling? She sprang. 5 businessmen in expensive suits were visiting in the parlor, giving Kraus and Natsuki a progress report on their business. Fucking Jessica just sprints in and goes, Badler's coming! He's gonna get fucking beat up by me, because I'm a fucking badass! And then she looks, she's like, oh. Good evening, gentlemen. How goes the business report? Ah, yes, fucking terrible as always. Spread out on the table were the blueprints and designs for a building, as well as documents related to expenditures and the like. So packed that even a teacup would have gotten in the way. Officially, they were here to give Kraus a progress report, but in actuality, Kraus had called them all the way over to Rakajima so that Natsuki could hear from them directly. This was because Natsuki needed to hear someone other than her husband explain what condition their business was in. In other words, even though another family conference without Kinzo was approaching, their business had not yet earned them any money. After telling the guests to wait for a short while, Kraus took Natsuki out into the hall and once again summarized the situation.
我々の想像をはるかに超えて事業は素晴らしくうまくいっていると彼らは言っているのだ
Yeah, but we need fucking money.
私と知事との私的なコネクションが大きく効いてきたもはや絶対に釣り落とすことはないそれどころか例の委任状だけでなくこれまでの損失さえも一気に取り戻すことが可能なくらいの大きな話になりつつあるのだ
Kraus spoke passionately. This made it seem all the more suspicious to Natsuki, but this time, at least, she had to admit that everything really did seem to be going well. Certainly, this business Kraus boasted of had expanded in scope over the last year. It was promising an even greater payoff than had been anticipated initially. Whether it would prove to be a winner or not, investors had gathered around it, and they were rapidly gaining funds. This must be what they mean when they say money summons money. It was probably the greatest success of Kraus's life so far. No, it probably would be his greatest success yet. That point was where Natsuki's misgivings lay. True, it was certain, and as Kraus had said, they wouldn't lose this catch now. However, the fish on the line had gotten too big.
必ず釣り上げられる魚だ何も焦る必要はないのだよ親父が生きていたなら
Hey, shut up. They're literally right in there.
それは分かっています。
Somebody could be listening, jackass.
私に約束したはずです。必ず1年で何とかできると。
A pained look rose to Krause's face. They certainly had hooked a fat fish that guaranteed great success. However, it would require an appropriate amount of time to reel it in. Nazi pressed Krause, asking if there was any way for them to make money before this year's family conference, but Krause kept saying that he needed just one more year. Krause planned to use this unprecedented success to catapult them into further challenges in the future. Because of this, he didn't want to do anything that would raise suspicions by making it seem like they were rushing to get money. Certainly, fortune tends to turn against people who take it for granted even in the slightest. Anxious beggars never prosper. On many occasions before now, Krause had gotten cold feet and sold off businesses that would surely have brought in a profit had he just waited, and had in effect given away his winning picks. Nazi also knew this, so she knew that guts were the thing her husband lacked most. That's why she was unable to refuse when Krause said he wanted to prudently wait just one more year. So why does the, never mind, we'll probably get to that.
お父様にはお休みいただけないかもしれません。
よい、気にするな、夏日。後宮家当主はすでに私ではない。書斎の幽霊はおとなしく、現在の当主の命令に従うべきだ。クラウスの資料は読ませてもらったが、なかなかに悪くない。
お父様からご覧になってもですか？
わらわから見てもなかなかのものよ。誰もが勝利を確信し、相当の魔力が集中している。その結果、さらに勝利が熱くなり、ますますに人と魔力を集め、黄金を生み出そうとしている。錬金術の王道を見事に体現しているぞ。
おお、黄金の魔女の太鼓判までつくなら、これは心強い。喜べ、夏日。このクラウスの事業は必ずや後宮家の危機を救うだろう。
ありがとうございます。そしてそのためにまた。
もう一度親族会議を乗り越えねばならんな。
ええ、昨年はうまくやり過ごせたつもりですが、不審に思う親族も現れるでしょう。今年は正念場になると思います。
去年の親族。
Oh, they find it suspicious, alright. Some spish.
もう一度同じことになるかもしれぬと予見したそなたは正しかったな。
最悪のケースを想定するのは魔女ならずとも世渡りの基本だ。それで今年はどうする？
去年同様、会議当日はお父様の秘密を知る使用人を集中的に配置します。お父様の不在を気取る親族もすでにいるかもしれません。不用意な演出はむしろ馬脚を表す危険性もあります。
過ぎたるは及ばざるがごとしとも言う。なればどうする？
今年は昨年とは逆に最後まで書斎をお出にならないという筋書きでいこうと思います。
それがよかろうな。
But little do they know
籠城は単純にして最後の切り札だ。
that the ceremony starts because Badler shows up.
結界に閉ざす限り、金蔵の存在を否定することはできぬ。それはわらわも保証する。だが、籠城すれば囲まれるは必至。
承知しています。それでも何卒もう一度だけお お父様とベアトリーチェの力をお貸しください。
私は新しき当主の命令には逆らえぬ。そして幽霊もまた聖者の命令には逆らえぬしな。この部屋から出るなというのであればそれに従おう。
ありがとうございます。
わらわは嫌だぞ。力を貸せと願われても願いごときでは聞いてやれぬ。
ええ、あなたは顧問錬金術師ですから貸せと願いません。
Well, not an equivalent exchange.
魔法だけが頼りです。その力でもう一度だけお父様の幻想を。
ならばよし、心得たぞ。そなたの貫禄なかなかに心地よし。
From the shadows of the study, Badler watched the exchange between these three.
なるほどな。そして今年の親族会議を迎えるわけだ。じい様は不機嫌だからと書斎に閉じこもり、誰の前にも姿を現さない。
Natsuhi spoke boldly about how she would somehow overcome this year's crisis and protect the Ushiromiya family's honor until the end, while Kinzo praised her, saying that her plan looked promising. Bito also praised her, saying that Natsuhi's dignified confidence was even more well-suited for the headship than Krause's. However, right now, the true number of people in this room was... The moment I thought that, no, just because I thought it, Bito grabbed at her chest and moaned.
安心しろ。ここはゲーム版のまだ外だ。だから俺はそこにいるお前やじい様を否定はしない。
But I will. They don't exist. Ah! Now I'm getting hurt! I put my hand on Bito's as she tried to hold back her pain. I've already told Bernkastel. The 2-day period of the 1986 family conference is all I need to deny the illusion of the witch.
お前は前回全ゲームの開始時にじい様が死んでることを赤で宣言した。しかしゲーム開始以前のじい様の生死については言及していない。つまり今この場にじい様が存在していても何の矛盾もないってわけだ。
That's true. It does not. He's just dead when the game starts. Man touching her left let off a faint blue light, which seeped into her chest. That light tenderly wrapped itself around the splinters in Bito's chest.
そしてこの場にいるベアトリーチェの存在だって否定することはできない。
Why are you healing this fucker?
ゲーム版の外、すなわち1986年
Badly, you're gonna make it more painful for her when she starts getting killed.
だからここにベアトリーチェが存在しても何もおかしいことはない。
Bito's expression softened slightly. My blue light slowly began to melt the red splinters that denied the illusion of the witch. I saw her eyes! Wait, I saw the eyes! Beatrice, she's coming back to me! Bito still wore the same sad expression, but she lifted her face and looked me straight in the eye. Though she was silent, her eyes told me that her pain had subsided. The feelings that showed in her eyes were gratitude for taking the pain away, and appreciation, or was it surprise, for leaving even a tiny bit of leeway for witches to exist. Unable to look directly at those pure eyes of hers, I reflexively averted my gaze. Yeah, don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I like you or anything.
魔女の存在を認めたり、あるいは屈したつもりもね。俺はお前とのゲームに勝つためにその部分だけに徹してストイックに戦い。
Man, I'm hallucinating. I swear I just saw a fucking wasp nest inside my house. Bito hung her head. I was still facing away from her. However, we waited wordlessly for a while, my hand still on hers. By now, no one would believe that this sad-eyed woman... Potential thumbnail. I have to get at least one of them. Was the same person as that prideful Bito. So I asked once more, Even though I said it out loud, it wasn't a question to her. I was asking myself.
お前は一体何を考えていたんだ。そうさ。俺はラムダデルタのゲームを通じてでもお前を探さなくちゃならない。お前が何を考え、何をしようとしていたのかもな。
Very soon, this game will also reach October 4th, 1986. The 5th game will finally begin. And this time I'll reach the end. The end of that journey.
殺人がとかトリックがとかそういう上辺だけじゃない。
Aya, I want answers.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが何を考え何のためにそうしたのか、何を望んでいたのか、それもたぶん。
I'm trying to remember the rest. That's right. I already know how I can reach the end of that journey. Trying to remember the rest of the Ghost Adventures lines. But all I can remember is, we want answers. We have spent years. Something paranormal. This is our story. This is Ghost Adventures. It's been made clear to me since the very beginning.
今こそチェス盤をひっくり返そう。
Spin the board around.
俺側からじゃなく、
I'll read this tale not from my side. Spin the board around. But from yours. And that side.
今度こそお前を理解しよう。そしてお前の心臓にたどり着く。痛みなんか感じさせない。安心しろ。あの魔女どものおもちゃになどもうこれ以上させないからな。
Beetle looked up at me again and gave a small nod. That's right. The position of Game Master might have been snatched up by Lambda Delta. Better thumbnail. However, as long as I continue this contest with the intent of fighting against Beetle, our fight will continue no matter who controls the game board. Very soon, the curtain will rise on our game. I say let's reveal it and cause chaos, even though it completely doesn't match with anything that has happened so far. Seems fantastic to me. Man, it's been so long since I heard Canon's voice, I thought that wasn't his voice for a second. Everybody else I was fine with, but once I heard Canon, I was like, that's not fucking Canon. I don't know who the fuck that is.
というわけですか。
そして書斎に入ることが許されているのは我ら3人片翼の翼を許された使用人だけだ。
ということは僕たち
I forgot about Canon again. I was like, who else? Kumasawa? Who's the other third?
そうだ。親族の方々は親方様の具合や機嫌などを
Bad mood and his health is perfectly fine. But act like you have no fucking idea what you're talking about. That's what I would do.
心得ました。
姉さんはすぐドジるからな。
Alright, damn.
当日
You don't have to throw heat, alright?
欠席した方がいいんじゃない？
そんなひどい。
Yeah, it's like fucked up, Canon. Canon wasn't just making fun of her. He only wanted to release Shannon from the burden of working on this most serious of days.
源氏様、シャノンがシフトに入る必要はないのでは？
Yes?
僕たちだけで十分やります。
それはできん。奥様から我ら3人は必ずシフトに入る。
Yes, because Beatrice has got to do the ceremony, brother.
やり遂げる覚悟です。
ドジらないでよ。
どじりません。
Yeah, fuck off, Canon. You're being a bitch. Shannon grew sullen and Canon shrugged. Then Genji told him that they weren't taking this seriously enough.
シャノン、カノン、
Canon, you're being a bitch.
親方様はお亡くなりになった。しかし、本当の意味でお亡くなりになるまで、我らの奉仕は続く。あの書斎は無人ではない。今なお、親方様がおられ、日々の研究に勤しまれているのだ。それを深く
Oh no, not the Okinawan cafe. Oh.
すでに亡くなっている。そんなバカな。
They know?
まあまあ例えの話や武田信玄はその死を3年の間秘密にするよう遺言したっちゅう
Okay, we're using other people as examples, sure.
知らんか
But yeah, he's dead.
そんな。
He's 100% fucking dead.
日本史はよくわかんないわ。
当時武田は織田や徳川との戦の真っ最中だったそこで信玄が死んだなんて話になったら戦況に悪影響が出るやろ
Interesting history. I enjoy history.
死を3年隠すように遺言したんや秀吉かてそうやで主君織田信長の死を敵方に知られんように徹底的に情報規制を行い
Not,
素早く毛利と和解して中国
no, no, I'm getting reminded of Nobunga.
一方の柴田勝家はそこで失敗したんや敵の上杉に信長の死を知られ思わぬ反撃を受けて足止めを食らい
I feel like I know half of these names just from Ghost of Tsushima alone. Hideyoshi, who had a strong fascination with the commanders of the Sengoku period, would always show off his knowledge when he got the chance. Wincing slightly, Eva made him get back to his point.
早い話がわしは去年の親族会議からずっと違和感を捉え
あれは私やルドルフが遺産の話をしてたのを廊下のお父様に聞かれてしまって、それで。
そこやナキさんや使用人たちはどこそこにお父さんがいた不機嫌そうだったと口を揃えたがわしら親族は誰一人お父さんを見て
That's true.
もしあなたの想像が本当なら、どういうこと？兄さんが遺産の独り占めを狙ってるということ？
もちろん死んだことを隠すなんてかなり危険なことや果たして遺産を独り占めするためだけにそれだけのことをクラウスさんがやってのけるのかわしも確信は持てんだが可能性はある
確かに兄さんは昔から強欲よ。兄弟全員でと受け取ったものを着服するなんてよくあることだったわ。
クラウスさんはわしら兄弟の中では一番裕福なはずやそんなクラウスさんがお父さんの死を隠すなんて危険を冒してまで遺産の独り占めを目論むとはわしにはちょいと信じられんのだがな
I had to click back onto the game because I checked the suggestion box I have down below in the panels, just in case. I just wanted to do that. It's my ADHD. Sometimes I gotta do something else. I feel like it's already like 4 a.m., but it's not. Ava and the others were painfully aware of how reckless it would be to try and see Kinzo when he was in a bad mood. So during last year's family conference, once they heard about Kinzo getting into a terrible mood, they never made an attempt to contact him. That was why, to this very day, they hadn't found it suspicious that Kinzo had never appeared.
確かに疑ってみる価値はあるわね。
They're smartening up.
でも本当に兄さんがお父様の死を隠すなんて大それたことをするかしら。傲慢なくせにおかしなところで小心な人よ。そんな一世一代の大博打を本当にするかしら。
いずれにせよ今年の会議ではきっちりお父さんのご尊顔を拝謁した方がええやろな非常に良くない噂さどうやら兄貴の事業は俺たちの想像を超えて手ひどく失敗
Well, it didn't sound like that when he was there.
損失を抱えてて表向きを取り繕うだけで精一杯らしい
つまりクラウスさんからお金を借りるのはとても難しいことというわけね。
ああ泣けてくる
クラウスさんにとって経済的に困窮していることはある種の弱みにはならないの？
弱み
They all have different ways of scheming.
そりゃ投資家は超えてるから投資家なんだぜ実は金欠だなんてことになったら誰も見向きもしねえ
信 信用第一の世界なのね。
Kyrie smiled thinly. Rudolph was taken aback by that smile. He figured that his plan, which involved raising money to get him out of his current mess by borrowing from the affluent Kraus. Fishy aroma? The hell are you doing here? Would all come to nothing, now that they knew Kraus himself was in financial trouble.
クラウスさんの信用はクラウスさんのこれからのお仕事に必要だろうけれど、
Open fire is still better.
私たちのこれ
May need a link to open fire at some point.
私だったら嫌よ。血のつながった兄弟を貶めるの。
Rudolph felt a shiver go up his spine at Kyrie's cold smile. At times, Kyrie was able to throw away all compassion and think in an extremely ruthless manner. Whenever he saw that, Rudolph knew he'd never Whenever he saw that, Rudolph knew he'd never like to have her as his enemy.
他に金策があるの。
Sorry, I had COVID, and I might need to cough, but I haven't coughed a bunch in order for me to stop the stream yet.
だったら悩んだりしねえ。
選択の余地のない問題で悩むのは人生の無駄だと思うよ。
Rudolph stopped talking, folded his arms, and lowered his gaze. He still felt some of the terror he'd experienced thanks to Kraus's violence when they were young. And now the same Kraus was the one he needed to threaten. Rudolph would also be fighting against his childhood trauma. So to give her husband a little push, Kyrie smiled reassuringly, and perhaps coldly.
つくづく信用で仕事をしたくないものだわ。信用ほど積み上げるのに苦労して失う時が一瞬なんて割の合わない投資はない。
そうだな。世の中、100の信用より1枚の診察だ。
クラウスさんが大きな損失を出していると言っても、私たちの急場をしのぐためのお金くらいは十分用意できるはず。もちろんクラウスさんのこれまでの信用を換金してお金を作ってもらうことになるけれど、
こいつはやばい話になるな。
十分な備えが必要よ。私たちには時間も失敗も許されてない。そうだったの？私の京都の友人たちにそういうのを洗うのが上手な人たちがいるわ。あまり世話になりたくない連中なんだけど、一度会ってもらってもいい？領収書は切れないけど、きっと投資に見合うだけのものを調べ上げてくれる。
And the good times have ended. Fishy Aroma song is over.
ええ、マリアも元気よ。そちらは大きなお世話よ。ありがとう。え？さあ、スケジュールを見てみないとわからないけど。
Rosa was talking to Rudolph over the phone. Rosa rarely received calls from her older siblings, so she braced herself for something serious.
実はな、
Again, why do you have a photo of a fucking plant in a pot?
次の金属会議についてちょいと兄貴抜きで意見を調整したいんだ。
エヴァ姉さんとルドルフ兄さんと私の3人で頭痛の増えそうな話ね。
電話じゃ詳しくは話せない。だがお前にとって聞く価値のある話のはずだ。
それはいい話？
もちろん姉貴は乗り気だぜ。
姉さんが？
ローザには賛同してほしいだけだ。金を出せとかそういう話じゃない。俺たち3人が全員結束してることがまず大事なんだ。わかるな。
Rosa let out a sigh. She did so because in the past, when Rudolph and Ava got into a fight with Kraus, they always used to talk to her like this right before digging her into it.
先に教えて。その話は私も得をする話よね。
ああ、
Yeah.
俺たち3人で2億
200 mil?
うまくいけばそれ以上も引っ張れるかもしれん。お前の借金それでチャラだ。
How do you know about my debt?
それはいつまでにせしめられるの？
もちろん年度内。
I forget what Rosa's debt was.
姉貴も助かる。そしてローザも助かるってわけだ。散歩を丸く
I remember Hideyoshi's and Rudolph's, but I can't remember Rosa's. I know Rudolph has to deal with the lawsuit, and Hideyoshi has to deal with fucking investors, stock investors, essentially owning more of the company than he does. She set the receiver down with a clunk, a little violently. Apparently, either Ava or Rudolph had gotten hold of one of Krause's weak points. They would probably threaten him with that at the next family conference and force him to pay up. Even before hearing the details, she knew full well that would be nothing good. But even so, this might be her once-in-a-lifetime chance to pay back her large debts. Rosa took a notebook out of her handbag and started to mark the days she'd be meeting with Rudolph and Ava. Then she frowned and smacked herself hard in the forehead, because written there was DZL with Maria, something she had planned to do with her daughter. Maria was in a room playing around excitedly with Sakutaro and the others. That was because she was going to go to that recently built amusement park, Disneyland, the following Sunday. Looking at the clock, Rosa saw that it was just past 9 at night. Maria was breaking the lights out rule. After covering her face and agonizing for a while, Rosa stood up and stomped over to Maria's room. The room would probably be a mess as well. At least tonight that was convenient. As she stood outside the door to Maria's room listening to the happy laughter seeping through, Rosa's face twisted in anguish once again as she looked at the floor. Then when she raised her head again, her brow was furrowed and her face had become an ugly expression of anger. Oh, thank God I don't have to witness that. The weather wasn't that great. According to the weekend forecast, a certain tropical cyclone would likely grow into a large typhoon. If unhappy premonitions tend to be right, this year's family conference would probably take place in absolutely horrible weather. No, I wish a typhoon large enough to stop all boat travel would seal Rakajima away forever. If that happened, I'd be able to hide Kinzo's death as long as I wanted. I mean, we could make it happen. All we need is my device to control the weather. Natsuki let out a deep sigh. Just doing that made her headache throb. As the day of the family conference approached, the intensity of her headache just kept on increasing. At that time, the phone rang. Natsuki turned the TV off and picked up the receiver. Hello? Why do you have the same fucking photo as Rosa? Young man? Natsuki didn't have a clue who that might be. In the first place, there was no one amongst her acquaintances who would do something as rude as refusing to state their name. And on top of that, a young man. As a wife, she must avoid any contact that might be considered suspicious with anyone other than her husband, much less a young man. As soon as she thought this, the phone call suddenly seemed like something dirty. But despite that, she also wanted to know what they wanted to tell her. Could it be some kind of trouble related to Krause's business? What if there was some particular reason they needed to talk to Krause's wife instead of Krause directly? Patch him through, Jeeves. No matter what it is, it's my duty as a wife to listen and report to Krause. If it's some bizarre threat, I just have to firmly refuse and inform Krause that I received such a phone call. If it's something offensive, I just have to tell Genji to never send me anonymous calls again. As Natsuki thought this, just as Genji was suggesting that he hang up on the man as though that's what she'd naturally choose, she told him to connect her to this person. She then set the receiver down. After a short while, the phone rang again. This wasn't the internal line. It was the external phone line which Genji had redirected to her, so it should already have been connected directly with the mysterious man. However, the person on the other end didn't respond. Not liking this at all, Natsuki spoke one more time, sounding
も
displeased.
しもし誰ですか？名を名乗りなさい。
The fuck going on here, boy? Don't breathe on me. She heard something that sounded like a sigh. She gulped reflexively. After remaining silent for a little longer, the man finally answered. That was the first time the man had spoken. Well, that sounds like Badler.
何の話です？あなたは誰ですか？
The voice certainly did sound like a young man's, but it's hard to learn much about someone just by their voice over the phone. It sounded like a young man, but it might actually be a middle school-aged boy. Or a man in his prime who still had a youngish voice. No, wait, it might be too soon to be sure this is even a male. However, one thing was certain. Natsuki could think of no one who would speak to her in an overly familiar manner like this.
俺が誰かを名乗るのは簡単さ。だが、それでは俺があまりに悲しい。
何を言っているのか分かり
What
か
the
ねません。
fuck is Badler
あな
on?
たは誰ですか？そして私に何の用ですか？それが言えないなら興味はありません。
Unless this isn't Badler.
俺の望みは、あんたに思い出してもらうことだ。
何を思い出せというのですか？
Who I am.
知りませんし、思い出すような心当たりもありません。
Oh, but you do know me.
俺はあんたの子供じゃないか。
Huh?
何ですって？
Wait, what the fuck?
あなたは何を言っているんです？
Huh? Child!
そんな悲しいことを言うなよ。
Then suddenly word thrust itself mercilessly into the depths of Natsuki's heart and started churning it about. In her entire life, Natsuki had never been told something so unsettling. In her bewilderment... Quick! Throw up the bewildered card! Natsuki felt her heart beat so loudly that it felt like it would explode.
あなたに
Child!
母と呼ばれる覚えはありません。
I thought that was Badler!
何のつもりか知りませんが、もう切りますよ。
Oh, it's 100% Badler.
19年前の
Natsuki's mind went blank, and from beyond the wind howling outside the window, she most certainly heard the roar of the sea from that day.
本当はもう思い出してる。
何の話？
It has to be Badler. There's no way.
もう二度とかけないでください。
Is this not... Wait, that's not Badler. Breathing so hard, her shoulders heaved. Natsuki slammed the receiver down and hung up. Then she hit the phone violently, knocking the receiver off, so that no more calls would come through it. I can hear the roar of the sea. That voice I hear from beyond the howling wind is certainly... even if I cover my ears, the headache won't. Completely pale, Natsuki kept shivering as though cold. Yeah, Lambda, what the fuck are you doing?
いるわよ。ベルンが望めばどこにでも。
じゃあ台所の床下収納に入っててぬかみその壺の中でもいいわ。
ああ、私をミザにつけてかじってくれるの？
No.
でもそれなら蜂蜜につけてほしい。
Look, let's not get horny here.
ベルンは砂糖水で煮込んであげる。
せめて砂糖醤油とみりんにして。
それで何？副賞要求でも気取っちゃう？
そうよ。この夏日の電話のやり取りは事実？
Lambda Delta grinned unpleasantly as though sizing Bernkastel up. She was probably trying to tease Bern for making that demand.
さて拒否か応じるかどうしようかな。それを決めるのはゲームマスターの私の自由だし、その判断をいつするかさえ自由。
青字宣言でない限りあんたに答える義務はないし。
そういうこと。
I would state it in blue then.
夏日は19年前に一体どんな秘密がとワクワクテクテクしてなさい。
Of course, this fishy telephone call happened before October 4th, 1986. This is still before the start time of the game, so there's basically no need to question whether it's true or false.
ゲームマスターのあんたがわざわざ見せた以上何かの不
Son of a bitch, Lambda Delta's introducing a new fucking character!
騙しかもしれないけれど一応あんたのこの
So that automatically increases it to 18 people. Unless somebody else is dead already.
このカードを伏せたまま場に出すってやつね。いた。何？
ダイレクタータ
After suddenly being conked on the head, Lambda Delta was bewildered. You know what that means? A bewildered card! Perhaps this incomprehensible exchange was funny to her because she quickly went back to giggling.
これであんたのゲーム版の準備は十分。
ええ、そうよ。それじゃあいよいよゲームを進めるわよ。1986年10月4日にね。
何度目の1986年10月4日かしらね。無限の魔女かベアトリーチェ。やはり恐ろしい子だわ。
ベルン側は何か行動ある？
ないわよ。あんたの復唱要求に応えないならそれで終わり。
ターンエンドね。スタート。クリーンアップ。ドロー。さあ来たね。1986年10月4日。
Was that a Yu-Gi-Oh reference? Oh, yes, we hit the end of the chapter. What? I drank a beer. What? I drank another beer. 3 bears, 4 bears, 5 bears, 6 bears, 7 bears, 8 bears, 9 bears, and a Bloody Mary. The first day, October 4th, 1986. Furuto Erika. Oh god, no.
やっぱりこのバラ庭園は圧巻だぜ。
Badler, get the fuck out of here.
6年前より
Things are going to hit the fan real quick.
こんなのが似合わなんて羨ましいぜ。
んなことはねえぜ。私にとっちゃ船着き場まで遠くて邪魔なだけなんだけどな。
それは贅沢な悩み。
I forgot George's voice.
毎朝バラと挨拶してから投稿。素敵素敵。
There's another case of like canon. I heard George's voice and I went, that was his voice?
しちゃうね。
演者は残念だな。お腹壊しやすいんだって。
らしいな。腸が弱いんだろうよ。
Yeah, and we can taste it. And we need to pull him out and clean him.
レディーにそういうの言うのいけない。
それはすまねえ。そうだよな。女の子のお尻からはマシュマロが出るんだもんな。演者は体調が悪くてマシュマロが水飴になっちまったわけだ。
それはさすが。
That's fucking disgusting, Badly.
品が過ぎるね。
George and Jessica slammed a knee and a fist right into either side of Badler's gut. Whack, smack, thud. The smack thud was probably the sound made when his knees hit the ground as he fell over. I didn't need to know what the fucking sound was. Normally, Badler possessed the good sense you'd expect of an 18-year-old man. However, it seemed that this reunion had brought him back to the mental age he'd been 6 years ago. And bit by bit, Jessica and George realized that they were also returning to the way they'd been back then. Everything's nice and peaceful. Natsuki gazed at this. Charming, chat through an open window in the hall.
奥様、旦那様がお探しです。
もう少ししたら行きます。まだお昼にもなっていないのに。疲れました。
Just a few moments ago, the sparks had already started flying between them and Ava's group. The others had pounded on Krause and Natsuki over and over to get Kinzo out of his study. Apparently, they hadn't been fully tricked at last year's family conference after all.
お父様は問題ありませんね。
はい、お任せを。シャノンとカノンも今日の段取りを十分に心得ております。
They're getting suspicified.
嘘をつくのが上手なようですから心配しませんが、南條先生が少し心配です。隠し事が苦手そうでおられますから。
お任せを。
I mean, he's a doctor. He should be good at it. Patient fucking confidentiality.
補佐するつもりです。
あなたがいてくれるなら頼もしいですね。本当に助かります。
I like how it was like, Genji's a spy for Kinzo, but then it's like, oh, Kinzo was dead the whole time, so it doesn't matter.
安心せよ。書斎の密室結界は完璧だ。結界を破らぬ限り、誰にも金蔵の秘密を暴くことなどできん。
ええ、分かっています。しかしあなたも先ほどの客までのやりとりを聞いていたでしょう。
やはり去年の時点で相当の不信感を持たれていたのであろうな。凄まじき毒素を溜め込み振りまいておるわ。
やはり今年が正念場になりそうですね。
今年を何とか乗り越えることはできようが、仏の顔もなんとやらだ。さすがに来年は無理と心得た方がよかろうな。
これほどまでに反魔法。
I feel like I've been staring at the screen for like 10 hours.
会議でもゴールドスミス教の魔法を維持するのは難しいでしょう。
誰ですか？
That's Genji, but also Renov.
驚かずともよい。わらわの家具頭を務める男だ。
はじめまして、夏日奥様。ロノウェと申します。どうぞお見知りおきを。
頼れる男だ。この男にも密室結界を守ってもらう。
そうですか。後ろ宮夏日です。あなたにも協力をお願いします。
はい、奥様。魔法世界からお手伝いをさせていただきます。どうかお任せを。
I literally haven't touched this notebook that I brought down here.
ついでだから
Okay, Gap.
私を紹介して
You're here.
はい、リーチェ。ご無沙汰。ガープか。そなたまで来てくれるとは心強い。遊びに来ただけのつもりだったんだけどね。手がいるようだったら声をかけて。はじめまして。
This is the vessel for Gap.
挨拶するのは初めてだけど、私はいつだって誰のそばにでもいるわ。
こちらのガープはなかなかのいたずら。先日、奥様が自室にてお召しになろうとして床に落とし見つけられなかった頭痛薬。ガープの仕業でございますよ。
確かに置いたはずなのに見つけられない小物があったら、こやつのいたずらを疑うがよいぞ。
Or it's just me being forgetful.
随分とからかわれたものだ。
Because that happens.
そうですか。いずれにせよ、ここは後ろ宮の屋敷です。当家にいる間は当家に従っていただきます。よろしいですね。
もちろんです。心得ております。魔法世界での源氏と思い、どうぞいつでもご用命ください。
私にも客人
I'm scared to meet this Erica character as far as I know.
ロノウェもガープも頼れるぞ。しかし、魔法の世界と人間の世界は表裏一体。
分かってます。もちろん私も人間の世界から努力します。力を合わせてお父様の秘密を守りましょう。
うん。
いつもの展開だな。どうせ翌日にならなきゃ 話は進まねえ。
ふん、まあそうね。10月4日は私にとっての準備ターンみたいなものだし、バトラに何もする気がないのなら10月5日までのんびりして。
That's a bad idea, Battler. She's gonna throw out some wacky shit. Of course, that was an incredibly irritating way to put it. The fight won't start until the crime occurs. However, waiting for the crimes to start would mean turning a blind eye towards the murders of the first Twilight. In other words, it would be the same as being content with the fact that 6 people would die. Did you know that? Where's that from? That might be Bill Nye. I'm pretty sure that's Bill Nye. Did you know that? Did you know that is from Bill Nye?
どうしろってんだ。
そんなだからあんたは無能なのよ。
本当にいいバトラー。10月4日にだって解くことができる謎は存在するわ。何が解けるかわかる？
まさか。あ、いや、しかし。
まあ見てなさい。無能のバトラー。
I'm not the fucking Rose in the... I have a general idea what these witches are talking about. Tried solving it several times myself in the past, but I still haven't found anything resembling an answer. On the contrary, I still can't even understand why that puzzle exists. That's right. The reason it exists. Why did Beto prepare a puzzle like this in the first place? We all discussed it together from time to time in past games. However, I've started to avoid thinking about it under the assumption that there's no point trying to solve a riddle that can't be solved. This time I should change my viewpoint. I shouldn't just focus on the surface level stuff, like the truth of the riddle and how to solve it. What's more important is why that riddle was set up in the first place and displayed for us to see. That's what I should be thinking about. And the one proposing that riddle is Beatrice. Even if I can't solve it, I should be able to try and figure out what Beto was thinking when she showed it to us. Okay, this time, I'm spinning the chessboard around. Spin the board around! The witches keep calling me incompetent. Spin the board around. Let them laugh at my penis. They aren't my enemies. I'm continuing our match. Beto. I did the infinite rain dance, and now it shall infinitely rain.
やれやれ。土砂降りは心の中だけにしたかったもんだぜ。
The people in the parlor noticed the raindrops that were starting to drip down the window.
これで親族会議が終わるまで私たちには逃げ場なしってわけね。それは兄さんたちだって同じよ。逃がさないわ絶対に。こっちのカードは悪くないのよ。兄さんは虚勢を張ってるだけだわ。絶対に屈服させてみせる。
取引っちゅうんはな、相手を任すもんとちゃうで。落としどころを用意しておいて、相手に花を持たせて自らに座らせるもんなんや。
秀吉さんの言う通りだわ。さっきの話もちょっと追い詰めすぎよ、エヴァ姉さん。兄さんにはあれくらいでちょうどいいわよ。
なんだ、ローザは寝ちまったのか。
朝が早かったとぼやいとったな。ま、昼寝もええんとちゃうか。
下手すりゃ今夜は徹夜だ。今から仮眠も賢いかもな。
Out of consideration for Rosa, who had fallen asleep on a sofa, the others quietly left the parlor. Unaware of this, Rosa slept. After telling Maria to just stay where she was after that tantrum for not being able to find her rose, Rosa slept, unaware that the rain had started to fall. Very silent. Never mind, there's wind. The rain poured down as though it had been saving up for this moment. Of course, Maria noticed that the rain had started falling and was soaking her to the bone. However, that just made her even more stubborn. I am hungry and I need to take a break to eat something. So I'll be back, people. I'll be back with this Umineko. Had to grab another coat. I was cold as well. By the way, I got more food. Different snack this time. It's more crunchy. Example. Look forward to that a couple times. I read that. I read that. Unable to find the poor, slightly unhealthy rose that she herself had marked, she just couldn't stand having that search be interrupted by something like the rain. So the more the rain fell on Maria, the more stubborn she grew, as she wandered through the rose beds. And as she did, from behind Maria's back came a patter-patter, the sound of approaching footsteps. Then the footsteps landed in a puddle, making a small splashing sound, and Maria finally heard. However, even the slight distraction of that sound irritated her, and Maria ignored it. Maria turned around, bewildered. After all, that voice was one she didn't recognize at all. On the sealed-off Rockinjima, that voice belonged to no person she knew. Bewildered moment, exactly. Bewildered. Oh no. Is this the famed character? Kraus and Nazi had been privately discussing what should be done. I just put a chip in my mouth, man. Kraus and Nazi had been privately discussing what should be done next in a deserted corridor on the 3rd floor, and then you fucking talk. Genji had searched everywhere for them. Maria's missing. Maria's dead. Kraus and Nazi couldn't help but go wide-eyed and stared at each other. This was the first time they'd ever heard of someone coming to this island uninvited. Not as bewildered as I thought I was gonna be. Fair explanation to it is that okay, that checks out that somebody got added to the okay, yeah, that works. It wasn't some magic type bullshit. It was, hey, I washed up here. When Genji bowed deeply and started to leave, Natsuki called him to stop. Genji stopped walking and Natsuki jogged up to him. Genji, do not tell them about Kinzo being dead. Or maybe you do, brother. I really don't know. Or maybe he isn't. Or maybe he is, dude. The parlor of the mansion was bustling. The adults gathered, worrying about the health of this sudden guest. I mean, she literally walked and then jumped onto a puddle, so I think she's good.
子だったの？ジョージやジェシカちゃんより上？下？
ジェシカお姉ちゃんよりは下だった。ライフジャケットと水着だった。
And a swimmy suit?
みたいだった。
And a swimmy suit?
したのが船着き場のあたりだったなら本当に不幸中の幸いね。もし島の反対側だったら大変だったわ。しかし気の毒ね。この天気じゃきっと船も来られない。明日いっぱいまで彼女もこの島に釘付けかしら。
So the main question is, where the fuck is her family? At that moment, the door clunked open and everyone looked in that direction.
皆様、お茶はいかがですか？
Oh, I thought you were the tall... I thought you were gonna be the small girl I was gonna have to punt. Alright, we're good. It was Goda and Cannon, with the latter pushing a serving cart laden with tea set. Goda understood well that doing a little extra at times like this would earn him points. The relatives hungry for information crowded around Goda. He ordered Cannon to serve the tea and become the sole object of the relatives' attention.
ゴダさん、どうなんだいその子。元気そうなのか？
さあ、わかりません。ですが、心配ご無用。南條先生がつきっきりで見ておりますし、熊沢もシャノンも一緒です。どうぞ、ご安心ください。まずは紅茶でおくつろぎになってはいかがですか？さあ、カノンさん、早く早く、配って配って。
Cannon knew this tea was just Goda's way of earning points. So he lined the cups up with something.
大丈夫です。マリア様はそのままでお待ちを。
おお、マリアも配膳やる。
You touch the tea, you die.
何か言ってなかった？
ええ、先ほどお会いしましたところ、それほどの外傷はないそうで、私もちらりとお見かけしたところでは。
And just as Goda had successfully captured the gazes of all present and was about to start talking knowledgeably on the subject, Nanjo returned. Of course, Nanjo instantly became the center of attention. Cannon turned his back on Goda, who seemed downhearted.
南條先生、どうなんですか、容体は。大丈夫そうなの？
皆さん、ご安心を。大丈夫です。怪我は
Confetti! Yeah! Woo! That's what we're all about, baby!
特に熱を出さなければ何事もないでしょう。
ならよかったわ。お医者様はいても病院はないものね。
Everyone was relieved to hear that the girl was in good health. Can we stop? Let me be able to eat my food. Nanjo gave the more detailed results of his examination, concluding by saying that she was young and should therefore be fine. Everyone who no longer fell under this description nodded in assent. Yes, must. Even though
やっぱり船は怖い。
I'm young and not fine.
バトラの言う通りだった。
マリアちゃん、それバトラ君にはないし。
Oh, I'm telling Badler about it.
ああ、奥様、旦那様。
Goda, who had lost his nerve and was handing out cups, called out in an excessively loud voice. Apparently, he was that desperate to get everyone's attention.
客人の具合はどうだね。
はい。別状はないとのことでございます。
そうですか。それはよかった。今はどちらに？
熊沢さんとシャノンさんがお風呂に案内したはずだ。それから服を見立てると言ってましたな。なら
I want to see the swimmy suit, man.
諸君、親族会議の日ではあるが、
You can tell somebody's personality by the swimsuit that they got.
招いた客人ではないが、どうか歓迎してやってほしい。
意義などあるわけもない。賛成や。
同じくだ。女の子には優しくしろっておふくろも言ってたぜ。
あなたはそれを人生のモットーにしすぎよ。ジョージたちも呼んだ方がいいわね。全員で挨拶しましょう。そんな、かえって恐縮させちゃうんじゃない？
Ava stood up and made a phone call to the guest house. At that moment, they heard the sound of a knock, followed by Genji's voice.
源氏でございます。
Hey, Genji, get your ass in here.
お越しになられました。
At those words, everyone fell silent, and the people who had been sitting stood up straight. Genji came in first, opening the door slowly. They moved off to the side, bowing deeply and urging the guests forwards. You know what's bad when I start pointing like LA Knight? Yeah! The guest had Shannon and Kumasawa following by her side. And even after seeing the large number of relatives waiting for her in the parlor, she didn't seem overawed in the slightest. My question is, how the fuck they got clothes that fit her? Only Jessica lives here! Just a single point showed that this girl possessed a dignity appropriate for a guest invited in by the Ushiromiya family.
古戸様、ご紹介申し上げます。後ろ宮家当主代行、後ろ宮クラウスにございます。ようこそ六軒島へ。事故でいらしたとはいえ、あなたは当家の客人だ。歓迎しますよ。どうぞ。
I don't like you being here.
ご自宅と思い、存分にくつろがれてください。
ありがとうございます。自己紹介申し上げます。古戸エリカと申します。この度は
Oh, I heard the thingy. I heard the thingy. Hold on.
誠に申し訳ございません。
I heard the thingy.
招かれざる客人であるにも
Plus, it showed me the fucking Japanese characters.
心より感謝いたします。
Fall from the pleasure boat. Eternal Maid 2, mid-cruise in the waters near Rakanjima. She washed up on Rakanjima October 4th, 1986. The Ushiromiya family welcomed her as a guest. She managed to drift to the island unharmed thanks to several miracles, including the life jacket she was wearing. Hold on. I don't know if I checked the Grimmy. Alright, the Grimmy, fine. Let's just make sure. Which side's all good? No, nothing new. Ah! Bernkastel's double and servant. Also a piece who is manifested in the human world. Because she is human, she cannot use magic and the like. However, because she is in contact with Bernkastel in a higher world, and can appeal to her to use higher world miracles and authority on her behalf, it would probably be no exaggeration to call Furuto Erika a human capable of wielding the powers of a witch. Through Bernkastel, she has been given the detective's authority while on the game board. Therefore, even though she is an outsider to the Ushiromiya family, she possesses the right to demand full attention from everyone when speaking, the right to advance proceedings, and the right to investigate the crime scene before the police arrive, as well as many other special abilities. She gets pleasure from the process of solving riddles, but her greatest joy comes from using that victory to sneer at others. Fantastic. This was greeted by an impressed sigh rising equally from all corners of the room. The clothes she had been lent were probably Jessica's formal wear from long ago. But the composure of her introduction didn't shame those clothes in the slightest. The girl's name was Furuto Erika. She looked slightly younger than Badler and Jessica, but her composure and mannerisms were beyond what anyone would have expected from a high schooler, almost as though she was a well-to-do family's daughter. Yeah, this is when we start getting a little suspicious.
ゲームがさっぱり進まないもの。だから私自身もコマとして出させてもらう。
まあ、ちょっとしたエキストラね。いくらクローズドサークルだからって、いつも同じ面々ばかりじゃ。
Hey, so now there's 18 people, like I said.
ふざけるな。ベアトのゲーム版には存在しないコマだ。俺もベアトも認めない。
ベアトのゲーム版でしょ。ベアトが拒否するってんなら考えてあげるわ。
Oh yeah, she can't.
の意見は
Badler, I need you to... Beto wasn't able to answer. Lambda Delta grinned triumphantly. Badler, I need you to slap the taste out of fucking Delt's mouth. For me, please. We're not gonna start fucking insulting people. Especially Beatrice, okay? Beatrice is my rival because I absolutely hate her. But damn. And that's all I gotta say about that.
あんたら推理者の得意技じゃない。自分の意に沿わない要素が一粒でもあったら、それを理由に感触を起こして思考停止を起こすのは。
Dealt? That's facts. And you get a bite out of it, and you get a chip for that. Facts. That's just me. Dealt described me. So congrats. Yes, I do throw a tantrum and essentially stop thinking. But now, I am not. I would say I've done fairly well with not being like, oh, that's dumb. That's stupid. I will say, I knew Badler's Sin was dumb. That I came up with. Unless it is right, then it's still dumb. Either way, I didn't like it that much. I still don't like the love being seen thing. But there's nothing I can do about that. It makes sense, so fuck it. Or whatever. I don't know. I don't remember it. I feel like I've been at this for 24 hours. Yeah, I read that in the character description, so. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Isn't that one of Nox's thing? The detective can't be the culprit? Yeah, this character just exists to investigate. Yeah, shitty Richard Knox with his shitty commandments. The detective being the culprit would be a fantastic story. Alright, that solves that one. Okay, nice. So this is a completely new character who, yep. Look at that. Look at that. Bam. So now there should be 18, right? So 18. I'm just going to point this out. Notice how it didn't say the number. So it should be 18. But the original number should be 17. Now, it didn't specifically state the number. So I'm going to keep in mind that the numbers could have been different for certain games. Wait, never mind. It says it was the same as it was in the previous games. So, I'm assuming that's going to be 18 and 17. 18 with Furuto. 17 without Erika. I'm just going to say Erika. But, based off of the fact that it didn't actually give me the number this time, I'm also going to leave in the possibility that the number could have always been 18. And now it's 19. But that is unlikely, but it's still going to be there. I'm still going to have it. I'm going to have it somewhere else. I'm not going to have it in front of me. I'm going to have it somewhere else as a possibility, only because they didn't specifically state the number, but they did state the numbers in a different episode. So, that's why I'm not going to focus on it. At that time, the sound of people dashing down a corridor could be heard. It was Badler, George, and Jessica who had come from the guest house after being called here by Ava. They immediately spotted a guest they didn't recognize, and their eyes went wide.
お客様のフルドエリカ様でございます。フルド様、こちらは当家令嬢のジェシカ様、並びにいとこのジョージ様、バトラ様でございます。
よろしく。後ろ宮ジェシカです。はじめまして、フルドエリカです。よろしくお願いいたします。
Though Battler, George, and Jessica didn't have a clue what was going on and were utterly bewildered, they each introduced themselves. I'll pop that on screen. That's just gonna be on screen from now on, I guess. They've said bewildered way too many times for me to continue doing this. And as I say that, I am taking it away now. Oh, shit! So everyone's in the parlor. So it's back to 18. The humans on this island has returned to 18. I glanced around at the humans in the parlor. Interesting phrasing. I'm gonna confirm the math. Yeah, that'd be 18. So everybody in the room would be the 18. What was the full line? Number of people now is equal to the total. Okay, so yeah, so 18 people. There are 18 people in the parlor because I know everybody's in the parlor. So that means there's 18 people on this island. Okay, perfect. Exactly what he said here. Just wanted to confirm. The guest, Furuto Erika. And behind her, Kumasawa-san and Shannon-chan. Off to the side was Genji-san. Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsu were welcoming the guest. Goto-san immediately started showing off, and Ken-kun was being unsociable, wearing his usual blank expression. There was Dad and Kairi-san, Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi, Aunt Rosa and Maria, and Dr. Nanjo. Then on either side of me were George Aniki and Jessica. This is everyone, the true number of people on the island at the moment. Hold on, I accidentally hit Z. I in quotation marks. Probably because this is being narrated by somebody else, other than Battler. And they put it in quotation marks as I. More than likely. I'd be pleased if you would call me Erika. It was decided that Erika would be welcomed like a guest and allowed to borrow the bedroom next to the cousin room on the second floor of the guest house. In front of all the relatives, she had seemed dignified and a bit stiff. However, as she talked with George and Jessica, her expression began to soften gradually. And so, the detective, Furuto Erika, was placed on the game board. I guess it makes my job a little easier, huh? The clothes Erika wore were Jessica's old formal attire. Though the guest possessed a dignity that would put most adults to shame, her body was still physically similar to a middle schooler's. Cracking my toes. Ah, that one didn't crack. Alright. Jessica's old clothes fit her perfectly. So yes, that big snap after I said cracking my toes was when my toes cracking. Or popping.
もし彼女が気に入るようでした
And I saw it hit the top of the mic audio.
かしこまりました。ありがとうございます。
警察やご家族には連絡しましたか？
はい。先方も大層ご心配なされていたようでした。
So everything seems to be going perfectly normal.
ところで客人は本当に事故でしょうね。
ご本人は寄港中のボートから転落したとおっしゃっております。
裏付けはありますか？
Probably not.
問い合わせて確認しました。プレジャーボートの後部から転落したそうで、他の乗員たち
Well, I mean, there you go. There's your proof. That's you're being too, like, paranoid.
地点はわかりませんが、おそらくはここの近海でしょう。
この悪天候に船遊びなど愚かなことです。しかし近海で溺れてこの島に漂着することは考えられるのですか？
ありえないことではありません。この辺りの島には大抵漂流民が流れ着いた伝承がございます。おそらく事故は真実ではないかと。この台風
There's no reason to believe otherwise.
船での接岸は不可能です。
Even if they appeared and Delt didn't, and good old Burn didn't decide, hey, we're gonna tell you that this person's a detective and they're not suspicious, I wouldn't suspect them immediately because of the way they came in of, hey, they had an accident and they washed ashore. That is the most definitive explanation this game has given me for a character showing up ever, including the people who showed up in Ange's story. Because essentially, what they did was, hey, here's a character, they washed ashore, there's a typhoon going on, they essentially fell off a boat during the typhoon, during the storm. In the first 5 seconds of meeting this character. And that makes me bewildered that that game did that. Genji had already considered what she now suspected. Natsuki probably suspected that this mysterious guest who had arrived during the already high-stress family conference might be the agent of some conspiracy. So Genji had already checked to make sure that the accident was real, that Furuta Erika was a real name, and that there was nothing suspicious going on.
わかりました。
Yeah, it's very weird that'd be Erika. The name Erika would trip me off, though, I would say. I'd be like, I don't really like it that her name is Western.
わかっていますね。
はい。親族会議には一切近づけません。夕食後はゲストハウスへお引き取り願います。
客人をお父様に挨拶させろというような流れにもならないようよく注意するのですよ。
もちろんです。心得ております。
ほう、フルドエリカとこの六軒島に来客とは珍しい。楽しませてくれそうではないか。
ベルンカステル教の駒でしょう。人間のルールに従うとはいえ、プレイヤーは魔女です。侮ることはできません。
問題ない。仮にベルンカステル教本人であろうとも、人間である以上、わらわたちの敵ではない。何しろガープもいる。人間はガープに絶対に勝てぬ。
Well, I can win against Gap.
でも買いかぶりすぎ
All I need to do is shut the store down and I got it.
魔法が使えることだけを意味したりはしない。
ですが、ジョーカーであり、台風の目である。それが魔女というもの。
この六軒島で魔女と名乗ってよいのはこのわらわ。
Insert John Cena, are you sure about that?
ベアトリーチェのみである。ベルンカステル教名。
I'm just trying to be funny at this point.
次なるコマがどの程度
And it's not working. I can tell.
観覧させてもらおうぞ。
I was watching and then you broke my fucking monitor, asshole. New chapter. We're on chapter 5. It's like 7? Witch of Miracles. Erika's seat was the lowest one in rank. In other words, it was at the inferior end of the table. You know what that means. New chapter equals go to characters, even though it don't matter. Wow, I've only been playing this for 4 hours. Man, this game is going by in a flash. Who knew that I'd be this fast in Umineko? You know me, gotta check the Grimmy. Nothing in the Grimmy? Alright. Since Kinzo's seat at the high end of the table was empty, if you spun the whole thing around, it sort of looked like Erika was the host of this dinner. Ah yes, Goda, hello. What's for dinner? Some mackerel? After Goda's announcement, dinner began with the applause that had become almost customary. It's finally the beginning of the dinner orchestra conducted by Toshiro Goda. Dinner applause? That's my dinner applause. And I fucking hurt my hands doing that too. Except for Cross's household, sitting at such a majestic dinner table is no everyday thing for these people by any means. However, they were all used to this event and acted as though it was completely normal. Once again, if anyone was to be surprised, it should have been Erika. And yet she showed no signs of amazement at the dinner and acted with composure, blending in with everyone else. There wasn't even a sliver of the fear one might expect from someone who had wandered here like a lost puppy. Yeah, what an odd child. Look at her. She's got blue fucking hair, that fucking weirdo. What, the fucking parents dyeing her hair for her? Just use whatever fork, man. I don't think anybody cares. It's the one on that one. Without showing any confusion over the line of utensils in front of her, Erika gracefully ate her horse stay-overs. Oh, I got shit in my teeth. Yes, I was literally eating shit earlier. Hideyoshi'd start joking around with her, gripping a fork in each hand. Of course, the president of a company in the food service industry like Hideyoshi obviously knew his table manners. However, thinking that Erika must be nervous over this dinner, he had intentionally spoken with a comic tone of voice. Okay, that's very suspicious considering the fact you just shown up and worked your way into this fucking dinner. As soon as she began talking about chopsticks, her eyes started glittering. The smile she now showed for the first time was far different from the dignity she'd displayed before, more like something you'd expect from someone her age. So, that obviously is something to check the Grimmy for. And check that Grimmy. Donburi. Donburi is simply food served on top of rice in a deep bowl. The bowl is also called a donburi, hence the name. Many types of food can be served donburi style, including curry, beef, or chicken and egg. Meaning, parent and child donburi. Holy shit, did I never think that something that I had in real life would be something that I would read about in fucking Umineko. Because I had katsudon. And that is essentially pork an egg over rice. I like this. I like Oyakodon, meaning parent and child donburi. It's literally like, here's the parent and here's the kid. Huh? Alright, we're done.
すみませんがお箸をお願いします。私が日本人として恥ずかしくない食べ方をご覧に入れてみせましょう。ところで次のお料理は何ですか？
それが困ったことに、次はスープでございまして。
Unfortunately, that'd be soup, so you can't. As she imitated a striking gesture, Erica winked at everyone. Ah, ha, 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 ha. I hate myself sometimes. Of course, no one was laughing at her. She obviously knew that soup came after horse stay-overs in a full-course meal. Furthermore, Erica noticed broth that she'd been performing too perfectly. Oh, and creating a sense of tension. And that Hideyoshi had tried to break the ice because he thought she was nervous. That's why she started acting a little childish and lighthearted, acting out the part of a guest enjoying a harmonious dinner. Pretty soon, not only Kairi, but everyone else caught on. Though she was an uninvited guest, she was apparently worthy of participating in an Ushiramiya family dinner.
頭のいい子ね。本当にこの子、偶然の来客なの？実は今日の親族会議にこっそり呼んだ。
Hey,
隠し子じゃないの？
if you're talking to Natsuhi, let's not
場を和ますセンスもあるよ。
let's not bring that up. It's a little touchy subject.
あんな子が娘だったら悪くはないね。それはひでえぜ。ジェシカちゃんの達成がなくならんな。
ひどいわ、ルドルフ兄さん。
どうしたんだいジェシカちゃん。
Oh, she jealous.
私の評価がずんずん下がってる気がするぜ。
Then quick, bring it back up.
本家の令状として
Let's have a tables match right now.
お前も
That'll bring it back up.
日頃夏日おばさんに仕込まれてるテーブルマナーと貫禄で対抗してみろよ。
見たい見たい。テーブルマナー見たい。
ほら
The way she said table manners, it seemed like it was going to be like an anime move. Table manners! Huh?
おお、もちろんだぜ。
Jessica straightened up so much it looked like someone had poked her back with a pole. She had good posture, but it somehow lacked elegance. She looked, well, kind of like a triangle ruler. She sat at attention with her gaze fixed straight ahead, tried to bring her food to her mouth despite this, and failed miserably. Dad, who was sitting next to her, suddenly realized that something was up.
どうしたんだジェシカちゃん。腹でも痛えのか。
Jessica turned bright red. Oh, sorry, I can't help myself. We laughed our heads off. Jessica protested, still bright red, and Natsuki scolded us for being too improper. Well, no matter how much we try to smooth it over, we are who we are. We couldn't pretend any longer. Still, that laugh really did help us to relax. We were so concerned about the guests getting nervous, we'd gotten even more nervous ourselves. Our chatter from the center of this long table spread to both ends, and ultimately the dinner went even more smoothly than usual. Surprising. Not bewildering, but surprising. With some delicious cheese and coffee, our peaceful meal came to an end. Goda won unanimous acclaim and was praised for his skill by all present. After a short period of harmony following the meal, it was decided that we would return to the guest house. Normally, dinner tended to have a very dark atmosphere about it, and the adults would often keep that mood as they moved straight on to the family conference. However, perhaps because this year's dinner had been oddly peaceful, everyone decided to take a break, the adults included. After eating, taking a bath, and relaxing while watching TV, wonder if they'll gather again in the mansion with all this rain and resume that high-tension family conference of theirs. I'd rather not think about it. Apparently Aunt Ava was getting really worked up trying to convince the rest to start the family conference right away, but it didn't look like many people agreed with her. They would probably call it quits for the night. Since they had guest house duty, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were chosen to guide us to the guest house. It's gotta be tough for Goda-san. Even after making and cleaning up such an extravagant dinner, he also has the late-night shift at the guest house. Heard that Kumasawa-san, old as she was, would be going to sleep soon. It seemed she was assigned to spare room.
皆様をゲストハウスまでご案内させていただきます。エリカ様のお部屋もご用意できております。
ありがとうございます。
体調はどうです？具合が悪かったりはしませんか？
ああ、そうだよな。すっかり忘れてたけど、エリカちゃんは溺れてて流れ着いたんだよな。今日は無理しねえで、早く寝た方がいいだろうな。
全然平気です。それよりも緊張と興奮でむしろ寝つけないくらいです。じゃあ遊ぼう。みんな
I don't know why, but I don't fucking trust Erica. Maria latched on to her, giggling. This lack of restraint peculiar to youth was very much like Maria. Wait, so whoever the fuck that one guy was in the comments of that one Twitch VOD. If Erica's supposed to be the detective, how am I, the guy who gave up thinking like 5 minutes into every single episode, remind you of Erica? Do I not understand her personality? Ah, fuck it. Me trying to worry about that ain't gonna help me with shit. This lack of restraint peculiar to youth is very much like Maria. However, we really should be concerned for Erica's physical condition now. I said condition, like condition. I'm worried about that condition. I've been watching a lot of Soup recently. And if you know anything about Soup, the YouTuber, he talks like this all the time. He's got that southern accent. So that's why I've been talking in a southern accent for a long time, because I've been watching a lot of Soup. And I find it hilarious. They'll just be sitting there and then they'll put on this stupid southern accent. Oh, that's Beatrice. As she passed through the lobby of the entrance hall, Erica stopped walking. When we saw what she was looking at, the rest of us also stopped. Yeah, that's Beatrice. She chill. She chill. She chill. She hadn't killed anybody yet. She might not, actually, but she chill. Dad, Kairi-san, Aunt Ava, and Uncle Hideyoshi and Aunt Rosa all came over. The entire guest house party had gathered. However, Erica's gaze was captured by the portrait of the witch, and she simply stared at it for a while. You might hear me fart. You didn't hear me fart. Just imagine, you're like fucking watching this guy on live TV, and you're watching like Jimmy Kimmel, or like, Jimmy Kimmel, and all of a sudden he just goes, you might hear me fart. You didn't hear me fart. That's essentially, yeah, L.A. Night, yeah. Perhaps it was too early for them all to disperse into their individual rooms. Perhaps because the relatives who had returned to the guest house all gathered on the first floor, continuing their chat. The topic was the witch's epitaph, which Erica had taken an interest in. Have you heard the, that's because I threw a chip. Excuse me, what'd you say? I at first thought you said grandfather. That's what stopped me. But this is why they stopped. Because they said, it seems pretty clear that Kinzo-san wants to use that epitaph to choose a successor. But I thought she said grandfather. I don't know why I read grandfather. When she said that, the adult stopped moving and slowly turned to face Erica. Yeah, Why do you think that, you little fuck? Ava spoke with a coaxing voice. Though every now and then there had been whisperings among the relatives that whoever solved the epitaph's riddle might be given the family inheritance. This had been no more than wishful thinking, since such a thing had never been specifically stated. And yet, though she had only read it once, this outsider had already reached that conclusion. How had she come to it? No, that's not the problem. If you solve the epitaph, you can become the next head. She wasn't trying to make it sound like wishful thinking, but an outright fact. So they closed in around Erica, asking why she was so sure. Fucking speech impediment came out. I don't think it's that common, but... So that means, Erica, you can solve it! I mean, yeah, that one's pretty obvious. At first, this Furuto Erica girl seemed to be the fairly silent type, but that apparently wasn't the case. As she grew excited by a challenge to a game of wit, she became much more talkative than I'd imagined. Yeah, fairly obvious. The idea that the one who solved the epitaph would be chosen as a successor has been passed down around by some of the relatives for a while now. However, since it had never been specifically announced, it was nothing more than an optimistic dream. Thinking this, they decided to abandon all consideration of this point until the details were made clear. Erica had clearly declared that this uncertain point was, in fact, true. If all of the relatives had said it, people would have thought it to be nearly an optimistic dream. However, when this was declared by a complete outsider, those words seemed even more credible. Everyone remained silent for a while, slowly considering what those words implied. You talk quiet. Jessica thought that the treasure hunting part of the epitaph was really fun. However, she couldn't help but let her expression go bitter once they started talking about undermining her father's position. The Sengoku commander Hideyoshi admired Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Oh, made his son-in-law Hidetsugu commit seppuku, but it was rumored that he might have done this to make Hideyori, who was his real son and born after Hidetsugu, his true heir. In other words, naming his successor was a way to make it generally known that a unique person would be acknowledged by everyone, and a way to remove any chance of another person becoming an opposing candidate. Good. Spin the board around. You certainly could say that. Spin the board around. The person who solves the riddle is a piece of trash shat. Kinzo would pass on the title of family head, but he would only give up the 20 billion yen in gold to the person who solved the epitaph. You really couldn't call this passing on the headship in the truest sense. Okay, that catchphrase is shit. Come up with a better one, please. And that level of reasoning is deduced by very few Erika. Jessica let her emotions lay bare and clear to Erika. Erika, on the other hand, looked exceedingly calm with an expression that said, well, that's just the truth, right? I see. Looks like table manners aren't the only way this girl's fitting for the Ushiromiya family. It seems she really does match the family, even when it'd be better if she didn't. I'd buy a witch on the slave market. Uncle Hideyoshi kept trying to force himself to chuckle and improve the mood. Everyone else tried to play along, but Jessica's mood didn't get any better. Jessica, get in there and fucking stop her. She's gonna solve it in 5 minutes. George Aniki smoothly turned the conversation around. Just like the time she'd made everyone laugh in the dining hall, Erika looked about with gleeful eyes and jumped at the chance. Jessica, you need to fucking do something. She about to take your headship from you. She about to take the headship from your father, and guess what? You ain't gonna see that position in 8 years. Specifically 8. I don't like this. I don't like this. Someone needs to fucking die. There needs to be some fucking yelling about inheritance. Erika said that and smiled, though she must have known that she tricked Jessica off and made the atmosphere sour. Ticked Jessica off. She just smiled nonchalantly. Oh, I thought it was gonna be the rose thing, not fucking epitaph. Okay, can we stop talking about myself, right? It pissed me off, but I don't have a good counter for that. After all, I don't get the epitaph at all. I don't even know what the beloved hometown means, much less the parts about the Sweetfish River and the key. Thinking that a few more hints would show up if I waited, I kept on waiting and just stopped thinking.
あなたなりの答えは準備できてる。
Oh, fuck no, I haven't.
私が今から解いちゃうから。
All I know is it's Kuwadorian.
ここで碑文の謎を解いちゃったのよ。さすが奇跡の魔女ね。解ける謎であるならば難易度に関係なく必ず解ける。今度は解くのに何年かけたの？
失敬ね。かけらをほんの数百個ほど漁っただけじゃない。
やっぱり恐ろしいわ。
So she's cheating.
それは赤で答えをいきなり語るとかそういうインチキじゃねえんだろうな。
安心なさい。あなたと同じプレイヤーとしてのルールにのっとってよ。じゃあ始めようかしら。ここじゃ狭いわ。海の上で話しましょう。
オッケー。酔わないでね、バトラー。
海って何の話だ？
I thought the whole world had turned pitch black, and the next moment I was struck by a strange floating sensation. This must be what it feels like to suddenly have the floor drop from under you, sending you into a bottomless pit. Thumbnail. Maybe a better thumbnail. When I looked, I saw that the two witches and I had been thrown into a pitch-black universe. In this space, every direction was covered in endless darkness and felt like a limitless expanse filled with countless glittering objects. Some people might have likened it to the depths of an ocean where innumerable sparkling fragments drifted. That's not how that works. I can't create a fucking... Well, no, I can. Isaac Newton created the concept of gravity. He's the reason why it's called fucking gravity. So yes, he technically created the concept. Yes, the two witches are staying normally as if their feet were planted on transparent pieces of glass. I'm the only one floating about like someone in a rapidly plummeting elevator. When I saw that they were doing just fine, I started calming down, figuring that there was no need to be scared. Then, just as Dealt, I gritted my teeth and kept telling myself that there was a place to stand here and that I had to stay calm. I'm gonna start shortening people's names. Even more than I have. Other than like Delt Burn. The fuck does that mean? Sounds like fun. I'm sorry. Every time I'm trying to fucking eat a chip, they fucking throw text at me. I don't get what Delt's saying, but I should calm down for the time being. It seems I regained my equilibrium the more I calmed down. Gradually, that weird floating feeling like I was falling forever began to disappear. It still felt strange, like trying to stand up straight at the bottom of a deep pool, but it was much better than before. A burn. Burncastle opened both of her hands. Then, like a planetarium, all of the fragments throughout this empty space began to spin, leaving trails behind them. The expression planetarium might have been surprisingly fitting. Multiple fragments were tied together by gold lines, and what looked like constellations zoomed by us rapidly, one after another. It felt almost as though we were dashing through space at an incredible speed. Then, with tails of light drifting behind them, Several brightly glowing fragments rolled around Byrne. It looked almost like she'd created her own solar system with her as the sun. That solar system surrounding Byrne grew to a radius large enough to swallow us up. And every once in a while, one of those satellite fragments zoomed right past me. Oh shit. When those fragments passed by me, it felt as though some kind of memory welled up inside me, so I sensed it. These fragments are probably like a crystallization of memories.
記憶じゃないわ。世界のかけらよ。まあ、あんたには記憶のように感じられるだろうけどね。
では始めるわ。まずはこのかけらから。
Send me a fragment. One of the satellites in the solar system was slowly sucked into an inward trajectory with Byrne at the center. After drawing a spiral and approaching her, it settled down on the palm of Byrne's outstretched hand. Then it glittered brightly, painting over the world with pure white. That doesn't mean anything to me with fucking Ava, Beatrice.
覚えてるぜ。これは第3のゲームでエヴァおばさんが非分の
Yeah.
謎を解く直前
Like, that didn't help me,
自分の中の魔女たち
as far as I know.
そうね。そしてこの考察から彼女は正解を紡ぎ出した。つまり正解へ至る重要なヒント。
Well, I already know where it's at.
つまりこの推理は間違っていないということなのよ。
つまり懐かしき故郷とやらば何かの比喩でも何でもなく、そのままじいさまが少年時代を過ごした故郷と読み取っていいということなのか。
そういうこと。そして少なくともそれは小田原ではないわ。
生まれは確かに小田原だけど、お父様が懐かしむ故郷は多分小田原のことじゃないわ。それについては多分兄弟たちは全員同じ場所で認識してるわね。そうね。多分小田原じゃないわね。
Like, I already know the answer of where it's at.
とても楽しい少年時代だったそうよ。
そうだ。エヴァおばさんたち兄弟は小田原であることを否定していた。いや、それどころかみんなはじいさまの故郷がどこか察しているようだった。
そう。そして意地悪なことに、それがどこなのかはどのかけらでも語っていない。
そりゃそうでしょう。それを教えてあげちゃったらヒントが過ぎちゃうよ。難易度の高い謎でなきゃ意味がないんだから。あらいけない。これもヒントになっちゃうわね。
Point? How is that a hint?
一体じいさまの故郷というのはどこだったんだ。それがわからなくちゃ始まらない。
始まらないから思考を停止したわけ。
I fucking knew the italics were hints this whole time, but I just didn't pay attention to them.
まあ、ここが一番辛いところなんだけれど。
お前は確か
I did at first, but that was, at that point, that was like episode 1, and there were just so many italics.
その有限の範囲内、つまり地球上のすべてがじいさまの住んでそうな土地をすべて想定して考えたのだ。
そうしてもいいけれど、それじゃあ時間がいくらあっても足りないわ。だからさらにヒントを加味して答えを絞る必要があった。
All these hints suck.
水の流れる川かどうかわからないって。あ
Wait, say that again. Repeat that line for me.
川で考えるの。川で。家系図という連想は悪くないわ。
River sounds like a little bit, got that little bit of Kuadorian in it.
しかしその川は本当の意味での川ではない。エヴァは川から連想できる他のものを考えたの。
そうだな。しかし川じゃないならアユって何なんだ。
考えなさい。故郷を貫く川。でも水の流れる川
You said you figured out his hometown, so what's your theory on it?
のようにも例えられるもの。
Well, didn't they already reveal that it was in the second mansion? In episode 3? Didn't they already reveal that?
故郷がどこか分かってたからアユというヒントを切り捨てて考えたけど故郷を知らない
I'm confident that's what they were talking about.
なりうるかもしれない。
I'm confident that's where she went to find the gold. Was the second mansion.
アユの川に悩みすぎたわ。アユなんて大した意味ないじゃん。
Unless I completely just misunderstood episode 3. Granted, it's been like a month. Well more than a month.
まあ確かにアユである必要はなかったかもね。
I don't care when he lived where he was younger. I have no fucking idea. I was talking about where the gold's located. I care about the gold. I don't care about nothing else.
アユだってもちろん泳ぐ魚を意味したり。
That I have no idea.
そうね。その上ローザに至っては。
I'm not worried about that. I was worried about the murders.
その一方でエヴァは
I'm be honest, the epitaph, because that's what they're talking about now, Law. I know that's what they're talking about.
つまりアユは
I was talking about only the gold.
その何か
I'm only concerned about the gold, to be honest.
エヴァの言うアユである必要はないがという言葉につながってくる。
Makes sense. Yeah, from these thoughts, Ava formed some theory, went to the library, looked through some books, and verified that she was right. Yeah, I was only, to be honest, I was never focused on the epitaph that much. I was always focused on how do I explain how this murder was an actual human. I didn't care about the epitaph. So the epitaph never even crossed my mind until now. Until episode 3, and then it left my mind, and now it's back. In short, Ava formed some theory about the true nature of the Sweetfish River running through her hometown. Then she opened a certain book to determine whether that theory was correct or not. In other words, this theory was something that could be verified through some kind of book. Also, after she figured out what the Sweetfish River was, she figured out the rest of the riddle very quickly.
良い思考よ。自分は川を下ればやがて里ありと続く。エヴァはその時点ではそこから始まる産業の謎を解けてはいなかった。
I hate that effect. It's kind of making me nauseous.
里ってどういう意味？この川を下ると里なんてあるの？
Right before my eyes, the pieces that I hadn't been able to understand at all began to snap into place all by themselves. I couldn't even remember to close my open mouth. My throat grew completely dry. Is it really okay for this to be the answer? Really? Really? If he's asking that, this answer is going to be fucking terrible.
故郷を貫くアユの川が分かれば自動的に川を下れば里あり云々が分かって黄金鏡の鍵が手に入るってわけだ。
そういうことよ。エヴァもその書物を読んで確かめるまでが川を下って
Oh god. I'm not ready for the answer. It's gonna be some fuck shit.
くそ、その書物って何なんだ。
全然6文字に満たない。
また思考停止ならそれを6文字で読める方法を考えなさい。思いつかないなら調べなさい。きっと答えはある。それを疑ってはダメ。それが信じられないならとっとと泣き寝入りでもしてへそでもかいて死んじゃえば。
I thought you was about to say the answer. I didn't get to read that. In other words, it means to sacrifice the 6 characters chosen by the key in the first Twilight. Yes, Kairi-san had been thinking that way ever since that moment.
残った文字でどうにかしろという意味なんだ。
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a fucking second, man. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. My brain's working. My brain's working. Fuck, why didn't I write it down? I need the fucking thing. Hold on. I turned fucking caps lock on. I need the fucking thing. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. It's somewhere. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. I'll be able to find it. I'll be able to find it. That wouldn't be there. I'll get to it. I'll get to it. I got 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 it. Hold on. This might take a bit. This might take a bit. But I got it. I got something. Hold on. The brain is working, and when the brain is working, we fucking start smoking. Oh, no, I got a better one. Brain is working, and when the brain is working, we start fucking twerking, baby. Let's go. We're twerking out here, dude. Fucking twerking, bitch. Yeah, let's go. So I gotta go to the fucking manga for this one. Okay. So, bam. Manga. We go to fucking, the end. And we skip through to like the last page. Nope. Damn, no, I thought I'm that fucking stupid. Hold on. It's not. Okay, let me pull up my fucking chat real quick. I'll just fucking move it over there for now. Hold on, I got this. I got it. I got it. I got it. Okay, so we start with this, and we just fucking zoom through. Until we get to the fucking epitaph. Man, why the fuck? Okay, here we go. It's different. Fuck, it's different than what it was showing me. Okay, so in the footage, I'll go back. I'll go back in the footage. But in it, I think I got it. The 6 chosen by the key, it's something in the epitaph that you use, and you get like a keyword that has 6 letters in it. You take those letters out of the sentence of the word, and then you do all this other shit involving the fucking Twilights. Just to get the fucking hometown location. It's gotta be something involving words in the epitaph. A sentence. It's a sentence. On the first Twilight, kill the 6 characters that are the key. On the first Twilight. There's a sentence in the epitaph. It could literally be the same sentence, but we need 6-letter key. Yes, I got it. That's brain meat going right there. That's some brain meat. Well, what would be the key? I've already been through this. I'm thinking this sentence has something to do with it. You who laid hand upon the key must journey its follows to the Golden Land. I feel like that has something to do with it. Golden could be the word. Too bad I already passed it. For example, let's take the following list of 9 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I then say that the 6 characters offered as sacrifices are 1, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9. In that case, we erase the aforementioned 6 characters for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 and get 2, 4, 5.
2と4と5が残るな。それでどうなるってんだ
4と5寄り添ってる。
そうか、わかったで。つまり寄り添いし2人っちゅうんは。
そうさ。2と4は間が空いているが、4と5は隣り合っている。寄り添いし2人だ。
ぐーっと。お見事です、バトラさん。引き裂くという意味が4と5も潰せという意味なのか、4と5の間を開けと言っているのかは分かりかねますが、その着眼は良いと思います。
なら第3の晩の残されし者は誉れ高き我が名を称えよってのは何だと思う？
See, I never thought about this fucking epitaph, so I have no idea what the answer even remotely was. I didn't have any theories on it.
残された文字は誉れ高き我が名を称えよ。
難しいね。どういう意味だろう。
どなたかわかる方は？私は多分わかっちゃいました。
I'm gonna hit my theory up later if I don't get the answer during the stream.
またしてもグッド。バトラさんはなかなか発想が柔軟です。
I'm eating a lot of chips.
アナグラムって文字遊びって意味だよね。ということは、
つまり残った文字を入れ替えると何かの単語ができるという意味じゃないかしら。
だな。とすると、ちょいと勇み足な仮説だが、俺は第一の晩に間引く大元の文字数は11文字じゃないかと想定する。
またしてもお見事。私も同じ見解でした。
Why would it be 11?
どうしてや？どうして11文字なんて言えるんや？
生贄を一人殺すというのは文字を一文字潰す。
Oh, because yeah, 11 people. Oh, okay, yeah.
とりあえず2文字の間を開けという意味で解釈した場合なら11文字。この引き裂けが2文字を潰せという意味なら13文字になると想定されます。なぜならその後の第4の番から第8の番にかけて5回殺せという記述が出るからです。そしてその次の第9の番で誰も生き残れないと書かれています。
魔女が蘇るって部分をとりあえず無視するなら、これは
Okay, you lost me, by the way. I have no idea what fucking word we're looking for.
さらに5文字潰したらぴったり文字が
I didn't think we'd be solving the epitaph, to be honest. So that makes 6 plus 5, or 11 characters. If tearing apart the two who are close, then the second Twilight means to kill both of them. So that makes 6 plus 2 plus 5, or 13 characters. There's a chance the word symbolizing the first Twilight has 11 or 13 characters. Wait, it couldn't be that easy, could it?
実にお見事です。私とまさに同じ推理。バトラさんもどうやら私と同じ灰色の脳細胞に恵まれているようですね。
よせやい。適当だぜ、適当。
Oh god, we're getting fucking drunk again.
おいおい、なんだよこれ。コマの俺は随分と頭が切れるじゃねえか。おかげで俺の推理する出番がねえぜ。
ああ、ごめんなさい。バトラはこの時不在だったから私の方で勝手に駒を操らせてもらったわ。切れ者っぽくていい
I joined in on this game partway through, well after the first murders occurred on October 5th. That means the piece called me was controlled by the player Bernkestel. So I guess that means it's possible for Bernkestel's reasoning to be announced through my mouth. The game I'm watching now is nothing more than a replay of a part that's already ended. However, that's probably good enough for now. After all, this Bernkestel's Sama is going out of her way to solve the epitaph for me. I'll watch closely for now, and I'll try to find out what it means. Lambda Delta let it slip herself just a second ago.
そりゃそうでしょう。それを教えてあげちゃったらヒントが過ぎちゃうわ。難易度の高い謎でなきゃ意味がないんだから。あらいけない。これもヒントになっちゃうわね。
One of the 7 stakes of purgatory? I've been counting fucking words too much. This theory about grandfather creating the epitaph in order to choose a successor isn't bad at all. Erica and Bernkestel's logic is extremely reasonable, but that's only if we assume grandfather was the one to create it. He was probably alive at the time the epitaph was displayed, but of course grandfather is already dead by 1986. Let me make sure I'm still in chapter 5. Alright. And in the games up until now, Beatrice threatened us repeatedly with letters saying that the only way to survive was to solve the epitaph, and trying to force us to solve the riddle. In other words, it was Beatrice's intention, or hope, that we would try solving the riddle of the epitaph. The epitaph's so confusing that in most cases, the relatives never seriously tried solving it until the threatening letters started to arrive. That's why Beatrice fired the starting pistol that made us take a go at it. Why is Beatrice carrying out grandfather's will after his death? Like the theory proposed in the first game, is Beatrice really grandfather's confidant, who's following his orders even after his death and trying to select the successor with the riddle of the epitaph in grandfather's stead? If she did that, it would mean Beatrice really was Kinzo's trusted underling, the family alchemist she claimed to be in that letter. After grandfather's death, Beatrice managed the 10 tons of gold and took the title of alchemist. She was entrusted with the epitaph's riddle, and without ever embezzling the gold. She waited for a human fitting to be the successor to appear and solve it. And if that human didn't appear within a set time limit, would that be game over? Certainly Ava, who solved the riddle in the third game, became the only survivor and automatically the final head of the Ushiramiya family, inheriting everything. Up until now, no one has ever survived past October 5th except Ava, the one who solved the epitaph. That was the only case where Beatrice let anyone survive. Is Beatrice's loyalty to grandfather the thing that drove her? Was she so loyal that she faithfully carried out some terrible order to kill everyone if the epitaph wasn't solved? I must not stop thinking. Don't stop thinking. Don't just think of the riddle itself. Think about why it's significant. Why is Beatrice telling us to solve the epitaph? Why is she making us solve such a confusing epitaph? C-O-N-F-U-S-I-N-G. Damn it. If Beatrice makes us try and solve this epitaph, we have no real chance of solving. And by some lucky chance a miracle occurs and someone is able to solve it, what significance would that have to her? I don't know. What such a miracle would be worth to Beto?
いずれにせよ、第一の番がわからねえ限り、これ以上はお手上げだな。
We tried looking at it from several different angles, but in the end we got stuck there and made no further advances. She watched sleep. Maria let out an extra long yawn. This caused several other people to yawn. We'd been using our heads so much that everyone had gotten a little sleepy. Jessica, who had been silent and irritated the whole time, quickly stood up.
私はマリアと一緒に上へ行ってるぜ。テレビでも見てる。
そうだね。僕も上がるよ。そうだ。みんなで上でトランプでもしようか。
When George proposed this, Maria completely forgot about that big yawn of hers and started jumping around, insisting that she wanted to play cards. According to the clock, it was already 10 at night. It was already about the time you would normally take a bath and get ready for sleep. Even the adults seemed pretty wary from traveling. We decided to continue this later and went our separate ways.
エリカちゃんも一緒にどう？トランプ。
お気持ちだけで結構です。客人の分もわきまえず、ち ちょっとしきりすぎました。今夜はおとなしく休もうと思います。自分が遭難者であることをすっかり忘れていましたから。
Had to stand up.
まったくだぜ。とても溺れてたとは思えない元気さだ。
Yeah, let's just creep on bringing up a traumatic experience.
でも楽しかったわ。あなたのおかげで推理が一層進んだ気がする。もし私が黄金を見つけたら100万円くらい分けてあげるわ。
せめて気前よく1億ぐらいドーンとは言えんのか。
結構です。私に興味があるのは謎解きだけですので。それではこれで失礼します。おやすみなさい。
おやすみ。
Again, like I've been saying, I wasn't expecting the epitaph to be tried to solve.
俺はちょっと
So now I'm gonna like focus on the epitaph at some point
考えをまとめてみ
and
ます。
try and figure it out.
第一の番を示す文字列さえ分かればきっと一気に道は開く。
Obviously, the key is involving figuring out where his hometown is, figuring out what the river is, figuring out all that, because it mentions you get the key from the two people. Everyone went up to the second floor one by one, and then from that key, you can make the letters. Only Aunt Rosa remained behind cleaning up the coffee cups everyone had been drinking out of, or numbers. Kairi-san and some others had offered to help, but Rosa had refused and was washing them out alone. Since I'd just been treated to such a delicious coffee, I decided to help too. I wasn't just doing it because I felt obligated. I wanted to keep discussing the epitaph with someone.
第一の番。
Don't solve it, please. I want to at least figure out something.
ローザおばさんはなんか思いつく文字列とか言葉あるっすか。
さあ、私には全然。でも第一の番じゃなくて第10の番はちょっと気になったかしら。
第10の番何ですか。
うん。黄金鏡って単語何度も出てくるでしょ。
出てきますね。
なぜか第10の番だけ旅は終わり黄金の今日。里ね。黄金の里へ至るだろうって書かれているの。どうしてここだけ黄金の里と書かれているのか気になってね。
本当だ。確かに。他はみんな黄金鏡って書かれてるのに。
That line should have been a key part of the riddle, where you wouldn't expect the writer to waste words needlessly. Could have been done for some special purpose.
しかしバトラ君とあのエリカちゃんって子はすごいわね。発想が本当に柔らかい。私なんかはもうおばさんだから頭が全然回転しないのよ。今日の鍵の選び師6人は6文字を間引けという意味だという推理は聞いてたですよね。そう言ってくれたらもうそうにしか思えないけれど、それまでは全然そうだと思わなかったもんね。自分の頭の硬さが嫌なんだよ。
そんなことないっすよ。ローザおばさんだって頭十分柔らかいっすよ。その黄金の里って発見は何かの鍵になるかもしれないじゃないっすか。
とんでもない。カチカチよ。私なんてついこの間までは第一の番というのは黄金鏡までの道中の
The hell's the word? Characters, man.
なんすかそれ。
I'm gonna stand up. Maybe I could think about it. I need to stretch my legs.
だって第一の番の前の行に黄金鏡へ旅立つべしって書いてあるでしょ。そして10日をかけて旅をするわけだから、これはその旅の途中のお話なんだろうと思ったの。
旅。確かに。
それで旅を始めて最初の一晩目のキャンプで6人を生贄に捧げて、ならその場所ってどこだろう。スタート地点から何キロ目なんてね。内緒よ。おばさんバカだから黄金の里のことずっと黄金の京って読んじゃってて。ほら、京って言うと京都みたいでしょ。 だからお父様の故郷から京都までの旅路の最初の10分の1の地点に何か秘密が隠されてるんじゃないかって思って。
いや、めちゃくちゃ斬新っすよ、その発想。10日をかけての旅の最初の一番目の場所、そこの地名が鍵か。
それを知るにはスタート地点とゴール地点がわからないとね。スタート地点は分かってるの。お父様が懐かしむ故郷は分かってる。お父様は少年時代をとても遠方で過ごされたのよね。でも問題はゴールの黄金鏡ね。一体どこのことなのかしら。それが分からなきゃ私の説もさっぱり。長いことここで行き詰まってたんだけど、今日のバトラ君たちの推理を聞いてて、やっぱり私の恥ずかしい勘違いだったんだわって思い知ったわ。
いや、それはそれできっと面白い発想だと思います。スタートとゴール、10日間の旅、その最初の一番目の到達点。
案外バトラ君ならポロッと解けちゃったりしてね。もしおばさんの
And point is America.
1割の半分でもいいから分けっこしてね。約束よ。
Despite being my aunt, she gave me a smile and wink which would have made a man's heart jump as I helped her wash the coffee cups. I kept pondering the epitaph's riddle in silence. FYI, the translation using is using the English version of the epitaph for Rosa's line on the 10th Twilight. In Japanese, she's wondering why the term home of gold is different from village of gold. That's where the Kyo line comes from. Weird why the translation combined both without giving context. I'm pretty sure that context was earlier in episode like 3. I'm pretty sure they talked about it. I'm pretty sure they talked about that in episode 3. When Rosa solved it along with Ava. I'm pretty sure that's one of the things that happened. I wasn't paying attention, dude. Okay, it's still the same chapter. After I finished helping Aunt Rosa, I passed through the corridor on my way to the bathroom, and saw Erica unlocking the door to a room on my path. She's opening the library. The extra books could be, but it's still weird why she just randomly starts talking about Kyoto here, lol. I just didn't pay attention to it. At this point, Erica unlocked the door and opened it. A dusty smell drifted out. At this point, this game kind of fried me. And I'm still kind of fried from the last times that I played it. It was the library. For a library, the gaps between bookshelves were extremely small. This is obviously built for storing books, not reading them. Yes, I require book knowledge. I hadn't given up either. Apparently being stubborn is something we both share. Yeah, but it's also gold, so it's good old money. She immediately cast my comment aside, saying that she just liked solving riddles and had no interest at all in the gold. I thought she was pretty weird from the start, and it looks like that impression was spot on. Erica slowly circled the bookshelf, searching for the book she was after. Erica asked this without stopping her search or even turning to face me. Yeah, you fucking nerd, memorizing some shit, some poetry.
黄金郷へ旅立つべしだろ。ローザおばさんは第10の番
Look, Badler, all I know is that I'm about to end the stream. So we gotta get this rolling, my guy.
旅に出るということを連想したらしい。
I'm getting tired.
実はそれは私も気づいてました。10日かかる旅路の1日目にたどり着く場所、そこから生贄を捧げる。
I'm gonna let it cook for a little bit.
ローザおばさんもまさにそれを想像した。面白い推理だと俺も思う。10日の旅の初日にたどり着く場所、その土地、もしくは地名が鍵になるんじゃねえか。
I'm gonna cook until I have to speak again.
地名が鍵になるのではないか
Probably.
という推測は私もしています。だから資料が見たいんです。推測を確信に変えるために。
あんた、探し物は何なの？
Okay, well, obviously I gotta go off of this.
地図帳です。
Oh, it's just an atlas. Okay. Erika's hand suddenly stopped and she slowly pulled it out. As she dusted it off, she finally looked at me and spoke. I thought it was like, found it. Perfect. Exactly what I exactly wanted. That's exactly what I exactly wanted. Let me save. And that usually means, ladies and gentlemen, that I am done playing Umineko for the night. We shall continue there, and this time I shall remember things that actually happened instead of having to read the manga so I can come up with some random shit. That is probably wrong, considering the fact of I'm only writing down stuff as I'm getting it in the manga as well, because I don't remember barely anything about episodes 1 through 4. Because it's been like a few months. It's been 1 month at least. So I've been your host, Sean Tyler. This has been the Saberleaf Network. Here's the opening that I'm going to skip, because I'm just going to skip to the ending soon. And I'm going to turn off this music so I can speak. So, I've been your host, Sean Tyler. This has been the Saberleaf Network and Umineko. I shall continue this more than likely next Sunday. Usual time of 8 p.m. EST to whatever time I decide. If I'm tired, more than likely 2, because I want like an hour of free time after streaming, just because. Make sure that you follow my social medias down below, where you will get updated on certain things. This includes for YouTube, the YouTube people, for when I post this, whenever, I guess. Oh, you get to listen to the song anyway. I always hate outros because I always forget what I usually say. Follow my social medias. You can join my Discord server. Down in my Twitch panels, there should be a suggestion box. You can drop games in there. I can add them to a games list and randomize them, but currently we're dealing with Umineko, so it'll be a while before I get to other games, because I want to just finish this at this point. Yeah, like I said, I've been your host, Sean Tyler. Stay golden, people of the YouTube Twitch intro. I'm out.